Man's Search for Meaning. Viktor Frankl. Imagine you're standing at the edge of an abyss so profound that it seems to swallow not just light, but hope itself. Around you, everything that once defined human dignity has been stripped away. Possessions, status, even names replaced by numbers. In this place where survival seems to depend purely on chance and the whims of others, you witness something extraordinary. Some people, against all logic, continue to find reasons to live, to care, to maintain their humanity. What invisible force sustains them when everything visible has been taken away? This is the world Viktor Frankl entered as both prisoner and observer, a psychiatrist thrust into humanity's darkest theater. From the concentration camps of Nazi Germany emerged not just a survivor's testimony, but a revolutionary understanding of what drives human beings at their core. Frankl discovered that even in the most dehumanizing circumstances, those who found meaning in their experience were more likely to survive, not just physically, but with their essential selves intact. His insights challenge us to examine a fundamental question. In our modern world of abundance and choice, have we perhaps lost sight of what truly sustains us? Frankl's central revelation runs counter to much of what we might expect about human motivation. He observed that humans are driven not primarily by pleasure, as Freud suggested, nor by power, as Adler proposed, but by the search for meaning. This will to meaning becomes most visible not in comfort, but in crisis, when external supports fall away and only internal resources remain. In the camps, Frankl watched as fellow prisoners responded to identical circumstances in vastly different ways. Some descended into despair and gave up, while others maintained an inner flame that no guard could extinguish. The difference, he realized, lay not in their circumstances, but in their ability to find significance in their suffering, to connect their present pain to something larger than themselves. This observation would later become the foundation of logotherapy, a form of healing that helps people discover meaning rather than merely treating symptoms. Consider how this applies to your own moments of difficulty. When you face loss, disappointment, or seemingly insurmountable challenges, what determines whether you emerge stronger or more fragmented? Frankl suggests it's not the intensity of the experience, but your capacity to weave it into a meaningful narrative about who you are and why your existence matters. Frankl identified 3 primary sources from which humans can draw meaning, each offering a different pathway through life's inevitable difficulties. The first is through what we create or accomplish, meaningful work that contributes something valuable to the world. This doesn't necessarily mean grand achievements. It might be the care you bring to daily tasks, the problems you solve, or the beauty you create. The key is that your efforts connect to something beyond immediate personal gratification. The second source flows through our connections with others, the love we give and receive, the way we show up for people who matter to us. In the camps, Frankl noticed that those who held onto vivid memories of loved ones, or who found ways to care for fellow prisoners, often maintained stronger psychological resilience. Love, he discovered, is perhaps the ultimate meaning maker, transforming even mundane moments into something transcendent. But it's Frankl's third source of meaning that proves most challenging and profound, finding significance in unavoidable suffering. This doesn't mean seeking out pain or romanticizing hardship, but rather recognizing that when suffering becomes inevitable, our response to it can become a source of meaning. How we bear what cannot be changed, the dignity we maintain in difficulty, the growth we allow pain to catalyze. These become acts of creation as real as any external accomplishment. You might notice how this framework illuminates something crucial about our contemporary struggles. In a culture often focused on avoiding discomfort and maximizing pleasure, Frankl's insights offer a different lens. Your anxiety about the future, your grief over loss, your frustration with limitations. These aren't simply obstacles to overcome, but potential raw materials for meaning-making. The question becomes not how to eliminate all difficulty, but how to discover significance within whatever life presents. This perspective carries particular weight in our current age of abundance and choice. Many people today report feeling empty or directionless despite having more options and opportunities than any generation in history. Frankl might suggest this existential vacuum arises not from having too little, but from lacking a clear sense of why our choices matter. When everything is possible, nothing feels particularly significant. Consider your own relationship with meaning in daily life. Do you find yourself scrolling endlessly through options, entertainment, career paths, relationships, yet feeling strangely unsatisfied? This might reflect what Frankl called the difference between freedom from and freedom to. Modern life offers tremendous freedom from external constraints, but perhaps less clarity about what we're free to pursue that would genuinely matter. The implications reach into how you understand success and fulfillment, rather than asking whether your life is pleasant or even successful by external measures. Frankl invites you to consider whether it feels meaningful. Can you articulate why your daily efforts matter? Do your relationships connect you to something larger than yourself? When you face inevitable setbacks and sorrows, do you have resources for finding significance in how you respond? This isn't merely philosophical speculation, but intensely practical wisdom. Research consistently shows that people with a strong sense of meaning report greater life satisfaction, better physical health, and more resilience in facing challenges. Meaning, it seems, functions as a kind of psychological immune system, helping you metabolize life's difficulties rather than being overwhelmed by them. Perhaps most importantly, Frankl's insights suggest that meaning can't be given to you by others or discovered through endless searching, but must be found through engagement with life itself. Meaning emerges through the act of choosing how to respond to your circumstances, through deciding what matters enough to you to sacrifice for, through discovering what you're willing to stand for when tested. The key takeaway from Frankl's profound observations is that meaning isn't a luxury reserved for perfect circumstances, but a necessity that can be cultivated in any situation. Whether you're facing personal crisis or simply the quiet desperation that sometimes accompanies ordinary life, you retain the fundamental human capacity to choose your response. And in that choice lies the seed of significance. Your life becomes meaningful not when everything goes according to plan, but when you learn to find purpose within whatever unfolds. As you consider your own search for meaning, this question lingers. In a world that offers countless distractions from life's deeper questions, how might you cultivate the kind of inner clarity that allows you to recognize and pursue what truly matters to you? The answer waits not in some distant revelation, but in the quiet moments when you pause to consider why you do what you do, how you love whom you love, and what kind of person you choose to become in the face of whatever challenges emerge. In these moments of honest reflection, Frankl suggests, you discover that meaning was never lost, only waiting for you to notice it was there all along. Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, imagine you're standing in the pre-dawn silence of your bedroom, the weight of another day's responsibilities pressing against your chest before you've even fully awakened. Your mind immediately begins its familiar spiral through the tasks ahead, the unfinished conversations from yesterday, the persistent worry about things beyond your control. In this moment, a question emerges with startling clarity. What if the very thoughts racing through your mind right now are the raw material for building an unshakable inner life? Nearly 2,000 years ago, a Roman emperor faced remarkably similar moments. Marcus Aurelius, ruler of the most powerful empire the world had ever known, sat in his tent on distant battlefields and in quiet palace chambers, wrestling with the same fundamental human struggles that visit you each morning. His private journal, never intended for publication, became one of history's most profound guides to living with wisdom and grace. The meditations offer something extraordinary, a window into the inner workings of a mind learning to find peace not by changing the world around it, but by understanding its proper relationship to that world. How might our own restless nights and overwhelming days be transformed if we approached them as Marcus did, seeing them not as problems to be solved, but as opportunities to practice the art of living? The heart of Marcus's approach lies in a deceptively simple recognition. There exists a fundamental division between what is within your control and what lies forever beyond it. This insight forms the bedrock of his philosophy, yet its implications ripple through every aspect of human experience. When you observe your thoughts without judgment, you begin to notice how much mental energy flows toward outcomes you cannot influence, people you cannot change, and circumstances that unfold according to their own logic. Marcus understood that your judgments about events, rather than the events themselves, create your suffering. When you label a traffic jam as catastrophic or a colleague's comment as personally devastating, you're not describing objective reality, but revealing the lens through which you interpret experience. This recognition doesn't diminish real challenges or ask you to pretend difficulties don't exist. Instead, it invites you to examine whether your interpretation of events serves your well-being or compounds your distress. The Emperor's meditations reveal another profound insight: the practice of negative visualization as a path to gratitude rather than pessimism. Marcus regularly contemplated the temporary nature of everything he cherished, not to become morbid, but to fully appreciate what exists in this moment. When you consider that your loved ones, your health, even your capacity to read these words are gifts that will not last forever, something shifts in your perception. The ordinary becomes precious, the frustrating becomes manageable, the overwhelming becomes temporary. This contemplation of impermanence extends to your own existence in ways that are strangely comforting. Marcus frequently reminded himself that he was part of something vastly larger than individual concerns. You, too, participate in an unbroken chain of human experience, stretching back countless generations and forward into an unknowable future. Your worries, while real and deserving of attention, exist within this broader context. The presentation you're nervous about, the relationship challenge you're facing, the career decision weighing on your mind are all part of the same human drama that has played out in countless variations throughout time. In his tent on the Germanic frontier, Marcus developed what might be called a practice of philosophical perspective-taking. He would imagine viewing his current challenges from increasingly distant vantage points, first from across the battlefield, then from above the entire region, then from the perspective of decades in the future. This exercise didn't minimize his responsibilities as emperor, but helped him maintain equilibrium amid chaos. You can apply this same technique to your modern challenges. The argument with your partner feels different when viewed from next year's perspective. The professional setback carries less weight when considered alongside the entirety of your life's journey. Perhaps most remarkably, Marcus understood that virtue, the cultivation of wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline, was both the means and the end of a good life. Unlike external achievements that depend on factors beyond your control, virtue remains always within your power to practice. You can choose wisdom in your response to uncertainty. You can exercise courage when facing difficult conversations. You can pursue justice in your treatment of others, even when they don't reciprocate. You can develop self-discipline in small daily choices, building the strength to handle larger challenges. This focus on virtue over outcome creates a profound shift in how you measure success. Instead of asking whether you achieved the result you wanted, you begin asking whether you responded with integrity, thoughtfulness, and courage. This isn't about lowering standards or accepting mediocrity. It's about locating your sense of accomplishment in the only place it can remain stable, in your own choices and character, rather than in the unpredictable responses of the world. The modern relevance of Marcus's insights becomes especially clear when you consider how contemporary life amplifies the ancient human tendency to seek control over uncontrollable things. Social media feeds you constant updates about global events you cannot influence. News cycles demand emotional responses to situations you cannot affect. Professional success often depends on variables beyond your expertise or effort. In this environment, the Stoic practice of focusing on your sphere of control becomes not just wise but necessary for mental health. How might your relationship with uncertainty change if you viewed it as Marcus did? Not as a problem to be solved, but as the natural condition of existence to be navigated with grace. When you accept uncertainty as the default rather than treating it as an aberration, you can develop what the Stoics called an attitude of willing participation in fate. This doesn't mean passive acceptance of injustice or abandoning your goals. It means pursuing your values while holding outcomes lightly, knowing that you can only control the quality of your effort, not the variables that determine results. Marcus's approach to difficult people offers particularly relevant wisdom for our polarized times. He recognized that others' behavior reflects their own understanding and circumstances, not necessarily their essential nature or their feelings about you. When someone treats you poorly, Marcus would suggest, they're acting according to their current level of wisdom and their perception of the situation. This recognition doesn't excuse harmful behavior or eliminate the need for boundaries, but it can free you from taking others' actions as personal affronts or as reasons to abandon your own principles. The Emperor's meditations also reveal a sophisticated understanding of how thoughts create emotional states. Rather than being at the mercy of whatever arises in consciousness, you can observe your thoughts as temporary visitors in the space of awareness. Marcus practiced seeing thoughts as neither true nor false, but as mental events to be examined before deciding how to respond. This creates what contemporary psychology recognizes as cognitive flexibility, the ability to step back from automatic reactions and choose more skillful responses. Two key insights emerge from exploring Marcus's approach to life's challenges. First, the recognition that your inner experience depends far more on your interpretation of events than on the events themselves gives you tremendous power to influence your own well-being. Second, developing virtue, your capacity for wisdom, courage, justice, and self-discipline, provides a stable foundation for happiness that doesn't depend on external circumstances aligning with your preferences. As you consider these insights, a question naturally arises. In a world that constantly tells you to optimize, achieve, and control outcomes, what would it feel like to find deep satisfaction in the quality of your attention, the integrity of your choices, and the compassion you bring to each interaction, regardless of the results these efforts produce? Rest now in the quiet satisfaction that comes from recognizing you already possess everything necessary to live well. The challenges awaiting you tomorrow remain unchanged, but your relationship to them has shifted in ways both subtle and profound. Like Marcus writing by lamplight in his distant tent, you've touched something timeless and unshakable. The understanding that peace comes not from controlling the world around you, but from cultivating wisdom within the space you truly govern, the sanctuary of your own choices and responses. The power of now. Eckhart Tolle. Imagine you're standing in your kitchen on a quiet Sunday morning, sunlight filtering through the window as you prepare your coffee. Your hands move through familiar motions, but your mind races elsewhere, replaying yesterday's conversation, planning next week's meetings, cycling through an endless loop of mental chatter. In this simple moment, you exist in two places at once, your body present in the kitchen, your consciousness scattered across time. This split reveals one of the most profound questions of human existence. Where exactly are you living your life? The power of now presents a deceptively simple yet revolutionary premise, that true peace and fulfillment exist only in the present moment, and that most human suffering stems from our persistent escape from this eternal now. Tolle's insight cuts through centuries of philosophical complexity to offer something both ancient and urgently modern, a pathway back to the only time that actually exists. In our hyperconnected age, where notifications fragment our attention and anxiety about the future mingles with regret about the past, this teaching feels less like spiritual luxury and more like essential survival wisdom. The journey begins with recognizing what Tolle calls the pain body, that accumulated reservoir of unprocessed emotional hurt that lives within your psyche like a shadowy companion. Think of it as an invisible entity that feeds on negativity, growing stronger each time you revisit old wounds or manufacture new suffering through mental time travel. The pain body doesn't want you present because presence dissolves its power. It thrives when you're lost in stories about how you've been wronged or fears about what might go wrong. You might notice this phenomenon during an argument with someone you love. Suddenly, you're not just discussing the current disagreement, you're relitigating every past conflict, every disappointment, every accumulated grievance. The pain body has awakened and taken control, transforming a present moment interaction into a battlefield of historical wounds. Recognition of this pattern becomes the first step toward freedom. When you can observe the pain body rather than identify with it, you begin to reclaim your conscious presence. The mind itself, Tolle suggests, has become humanity's greatest tool and most dangerous master. Your thinking mind excels at solving practical problems, planning necessary actions, and processing information. But somewhere in human development, you began mistaking this mental activity for your essential self. You started believing that the voice in your head, that constant commentator, judge, and storyteller, was you. This identification with thought creates what might be called a case of mistaken identity on a global scale. Consider how your mind treats the present moment. It rarely finds now sufficient or interesting enough. It dismisses this moment as merely a stepping stone to somewhere better, more important, more fulfilling. Your mind promises that happiness awaits in the next achievement, the next relationship, the next solved problem. This mental addiction to elsewhere keeps you perpetually absent from the only place where life actually unfolds, where love actually exists, where peace actually resides. The alternative Tolle offers involves a radical shift in perspective, learning to observe your thoughts without being consumed by them. Imagine standing beside a river, watching the current flow past. You can see the water moving, notice its patterns and rhythms without jumping in and being swept away. Similarly, you can learn to witness the stream of mental activity without losing yourself in its turbulence. This observational stance reveals something extraordinary. You are not your thoughts, you are the awareness that perceives them. Inner body awareness provides a practical gateway into presence. Your body exists only now. It cannot be anywhere else. When you shift attention from the mental realm to the subtle energy field that animates your physical form, you anchor yourself in the present. This isn't about intense physical sensation, but rather a gentle attunement to the aliveness that flows through you. You might sense it as a tingling in your hands, a warmth in your chest, or simply an indefinable sense of being embodied. This practice offers profound relevance for our digitally saturated lives. In a world where virtual experiences increasingly compete with physical reality, reconnecting with your inner body becomes an act of reclaiming authentic presence. You cannot scroll through the energy field that animates your cells, cannot multitask your way out of the fundamental aliveness that constitutes your being. Perhaps the most challenging aspect of Tolle's teaching involves acceptance and surrender, not as passive resignation, but as conscious alignment with what is. Your ego mind constantly judges present circumstances, labeling them as good or bad, right or wrong, acceptable or intolerable. This resistance to what is creates an internal friction that generates endless suffering. You find yourself fighting reality, demanding that this moment be different from what it actually is. True acceptance doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to take appropriate action. Instead, it means acknowledging present circumstances without the overlay of mental resistance. From this place of acceptance, you can respond rather than react, act from clarity rather than confusion, engage with life rather than wage war against it. Like water flowing around obstacles, acceptance allows you to navigate challenges without the additional burden of fighting the fact that challenges exist. In our current era of global uncertainty, environmental crisis, and social fragmentation, these teachings carry particular urgency. Collective anxiety about the future mingles with grief about the past, leaving millions of people psychologically displaced from their own lives. The practice of presence offers not escapism, but engagement, the possibility of responding to contemporary challenges from a place of groundedness rather than reactivity. The key takeaways emerge with gentle clarity. First, that your deepest identity exists beyond the stories and thoughts that typically define you. And second, that the present moment offers the only reliable sanctuary from psychological suffering. These realizations don't require belief as much as experimentation. They invite you to test whether presence actually delivers the peace it promises. This exploration leaves you with a question that extends far beyond personal transformation. If enough human beings learn to inhabit the present moment fully, how might our collective relationship with each other and the planet itself begin to shift? As you consider this possibility, you might notice that even now, as these words reach you, the present moment offers its quiet invitation, not as a destination to reach or a problem to solve, but as the eternal space where your life has always been waiting for you to arrive. In this recognition, the search for elsewhere gradually dissolves into the profound simplicity of being here, now, awake to the only moment that ever exists. Thinking, fast and slow, Daniel Kahneman, you're sitting in a coffee shop when someone approaches your table and asks, "A bat and a ball cost $1, 10 in total. The bat costs $1, 0 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost?" Without hesitation, the answer 10 cents springs to mind. It feels obvious, immediate, perfectly clear. Yet this instant certainty masks something profound about how your mind works, and how often that very quickness leads you astray. The correct answer is 5 cents, a truth that emerges only when you slow down enough to think it through. But why does your mind leap so confidently to the wrong conclusion? Daniel Kahneman's groundbreaking work reveals that your mind operates through two distinct systems, one that races ahead with intuitive answers, and another that carefully deliberates when called upon. This isn't merely an academic curiosity about mental processes. In a world where split-second decisions shape everything from financial markets to personal relationships, understanding these two modes of thinking becomes essential to navigating the complexity of modern life. How often do you trust the first thought that arrives, and when might that trust be misplaced? Your mind, Kahneman discovered, houses two systems that work in fundamentally different ways. System 1 operates like a stream flowing effortlessly downhill, fast, automatic, and intuitive. It's the system that recognizes your friend's face in a crowd, finishes familiar phrases, and reacts with immediate emotion to surprising news. System 1 works tirelessly in the background, generating impressions and feelings that often become the source of your explicit beliefs and deliberate choices. System 2, by contrast, requires effort and attention. It's the mental faculty you engage when calculating a complex math problem, learning to drive, or carefully weighing the pros and cons of a major decision. System 2 is slower, more deliberate, and operates within the spotlight of your conscious awareness. Yet here lies a crucial insight. System 2 is also lazy. It prefers to coast along, accepting the quick judgments that System 1 provides, intervening only when absolutely necessary or when the stakes feel particularly high. This division illuminates why you answered 10 cents so readily. System 1 saw a simple pattern, $1, 10 total $1, 0 difference, and filled in what seemed obvious. System 2, in its habitual laziness, didn't bother to check the math. Only deliberate engagement reveals that if the ball costs 5 cents and the bat costs $1, 5, the bat indeed costs $1, 0 more than the ball, and together they total $1, 10. Your initial confidence wasn't malicious or stupid. It was simply System 1 doing what it does best, providing quick, plausible answers based on familiar patterns. The interplay between these systems shapes far more than puzzle solving. Consider how you judge people you meet. Within milliseconds, System 1 forms impressions based on appearance, voice, or mannerisms, creating what feels like immediate knowledge about someone's competence, trustworthiness, or intelligence. These snap judgments often prove remarkably persistent, influencing your behavior long after you should know better. System 2 might later encounter contradictory evidence, but the initial impression created by System 1 continues to echo, subtly shaping your interactions. This phenomenon extends into the realm of memory and decision-making in ways that profoundly affect your sense of satisfaction and well-being. Kahneman discovered that you essentially have two selves, an experiencing self that lives moment by moment, and a remembering self that tells the story of your life. These selves often disagree about what constitutes a good experience. Your experiencing self might enjoy a long, pleasant vacation, but your remembering self judges the entire trip based primarily on its peak moment and its ending, a tendency called the peak end rule. This creates a fascinating paradox. You make most decisions based on what your remembering self predicts will bring satisfaction, yet your remembering self systematically distorts your actual lived experience. A week-long vacation might provide more total enjoyment than a weekend getaway. But if the longer trip ends poorly, a missed flight, a disappointing final meal, your memory may rate the shorter trip as superior. You're planning future experiences based on a narrator who edits your story in ways that don't always serve your actual happiness. The implications ripple out into how you think about success, relationships, and life satisfaction itself. Your System 1 creates compelling narratives about what will make you happy: the promotion, the house, the relationship status. Yet research consistently shows that you're remarkably bad at predicting what will actually satisfy you. You overestimate how much external changes will affect your well-being, and you underestimate how quickly you'll adapt to new circumstances, returning to something close to your baseline happiness. In our hyperconnected age, these insights take on particular urgency. Social media feeds your System 1 a constant stream of quick judgments and emotional reactions. Your brain, evolved for simpler environments, treats every piece of information as potentially vital, every social comparison as relevant to your status, every headline as worthy of immediate emotional investment. System 2, already prone to laziness, becomes overwhelmed by the sheer volume of input, allowing System 1's fast judgments to guide more and more of your mental life. The economic implications prove equally profound. Markets, supposedly rational aggregations of informed decisions, reveal themselves to be collective expressions of System 1 biases, waves of overconfidence, panic, and herd behavior. Your financial decisions, from daily purchases to major investments, often reflect the same quick judgments that led you astray with the bat and ball problem. You anchor on irrelevant numbers, overweight recent experiences, and construct coherent stories from incomplete information. Yet awareness itself becomes a form of liberation. When you understand that your first instinct might be System 1's quick approximation rather than careful analysis, you can learn to pause. When you recognize that your confidence often exceeds your competence, you can seek outside perspectives. When you realize that your memory edits your experiences, you can pay closer attention to your moment-to-moment well-being rather than just the story you'll tell later. The key insight you can carry forward is this: your mind's quickness is both a remarkable gift and a potential liability. System 1's rapid judgments enable you to navigate a complex world with extraordinary efficiency, but they also create systematic blind spots that affect your most important decisions. Learning to recognize when slow, deliberate thinking might serve you better isn't about distrusting your intuition. It's about understanding when that intuition reflects genuine wisdom, and when it might reflect the beautiful, fallible shortcuts of a mind doing its best in an overwhelmingly complex world. As you move through your days ahead, consider this lingering question. In a culture that rewards quick decisions and confident opinions, how might you create space for the slower, more uncertain, but potentially wiser voice of deliberate thought? Tonight, as you settle into rest, let yourself appreciate the elegant complexity of your own mind, how it races and pauses, leaps and considers, creates stories and questions them. Your consciousness emerges from this dance between quickness and depth, between the stream that flows and the careful gardener who tends what grows beside it. In understanding both, you find not a flaw to fix, but a humanity to embrace with clearer eyes. The alchemist Paulo Coelho: imagine you're sitting by your window late at night, watching the stars scattered across the endless sky, and a question suddenly surfaces from somewhere deep within you. It's not a practical question about tomorrow's obligations or yesterday's mistakes, but something far more mysterious. What if the life you were meant to live is completely different from the one you're living now? What if there's a secret language written in the events around you, waiting to guide you toward a destiny you've barely dared to imagine? This haunting possibility lies at the heart of Paulo Coelho's timeless tale, where a young shepherd named Santiago abandons everything familiar to chase a recurring dream about treasure hidden near distant pyramids. But The Alchemist reveals itself to be much more than an adventure story. It's a mirror reflecting back one of humanity's most profound and persistent yearnings, the search for what Coelho calls our personal legend, that unique purpose written into the very fabric of our being. In an age where external voices constantly tell us who we should become and what we should want, this ancient wisdom poses an urgent modern question. How do we distinguish between the dreams others have planted in us and the calling that springs from our deepest truth? The concept of personal legend unfolds like a gentle revolution against everything we've been taught about success and security. You discover that it's not about climbing predetermined ladders or fulfilling societal expectations, but about recognizing and following the unique thread of meaning that runs through your individual existence. Santiago's journey suggests that each person carries within them a kind of spiritual DNA, a calling so fundamental that ignoring it leads to a life of quiet desperation, while pursuing it unleashes forces you never knew existed. This idea challenges the modern assumption that we can engineer our happiness through careful planning and rational choices. Instead, the alchemist proposes something far more mysterious, that your deepest purpose already knows you, has been calling to you through dreams, intuitions, and inexplicable longings, waiting patiently for you to listen. The treasure Santiago seeks becomes a metaphor for this inner gold, this authentic self that can only be discovered through the courage to venture into unknown territories, both external and internal. What makes this pursuit even more intriguing is Coelho's exploration of synchronicity, the mystical suggestion that once you begin following your personal legend, the universe itself becomes your ally. You start noticing meaningful coincidences, chance meetings that feel anything but accidental, doors opening just when you need them most. Santiago's encounters with the mysterious King Melchizedek, the crystal merchant, and the alchemist himself seem to appear precisely when he needs guidance, as if the very fabric of reality were conspiring to support his quest. This raises profound questions about the nature of guidance in your own life. How many apparent coincidences have you dismissed that might have been invitations to step more fully into your authentic path? The novel suggests that omens and signs surround you constantly, written in the language of symbols, emotions, and unexpected opportunities. Learning to read this language becomes a form of spiritual literacy, a way of navigating life that transcends purely rational decision-making. Yet Coelho doesn't present this mystical guidance as passive wishful thinking. Santiago faces real obstacles, moments of doubt, and the constant temptation to abandon his quest for more immediate comforts. The crystal merchant represents this safer path, someone who once had dreams but chose security instead, creating a prison of predictability. You recognize this figure perhaps because you felt the merchant's pull yourself, the seductive whisper that says comfort is worth more than calling, that dreams are luxuries you can't afford. The tension between material security and spiritual authenticity weaves throughout Santiago's story like a recurring melody. You watch him struggle with this same choice that confronts every modern person, whether to pursue what you think you should want or what your heart insists you need. The novel suggests that true treasure isn't found in external accumulations, but in the transformation that occurs when you have the courage to follow your deepest calling, regardless of where it leads. Love emerges as both a powerful ally and a complex test along this journey of self-discovery. Santiago's encounter with Fatima in the Oasis represents a love so profound it transcends possession, a connection that actually supports rather than derails his quest for authenticity. This portrayal challenges conventional ideas about love requiring sacrifice of personal dreams. Instead, Coelho suggests that genuine love recognizes and honors the beloved's personal legend, understanding that trying to cage someone's authentic self ultimately destroys what you claim to cherish. This vision of love carries profound implications for how you navigate relationships in an age of increasing codependency and fear-based attachments. The question becomes not whether love and personal calling can coexist, but whether any relationship that demands you abandon your authentic path can truly be called love at all. Fatima's willingness to let Santiago continue his journey reveals love as an act of ultimate trust. Faith that what belongs to you will return transformed rather than diminished. The alchemist himself appears as Santiago nears the completion of his external journey, representing the wisdom that can only be accessed once you've demonstrated genuine commitment to your personal legend. His teachings reveal alchemy not as the transformation of metal into gold, but as the far more precious transformation of an ordinary life into an authentic one. You begin to understand that the real magic lies not in manipulating external circumstances, but in aligning so completely with your truth that life itself begins to support your deepest intentions. In our contemporary world of infinite options and constant digital stimulation, The Alchemist offers a countercultural invitation to simplicity and inner listening. When external voices compete endlessly for your attention, when algorithms predict your preferences better than you know them yourself, the novel's emphasis on heart-based navigation feels both ancient and urgently relevant. It suggests that beneath all the noise lies a deeper intelligence, a knowing that transcends data and analysis. The key takeaways crystallize into gentle but transformative realizations that your authentic calling is not a luxury but a necessity, and that the universe itself seems to reorganize around genuine commitment to truth. The signs and synchronicities you've been taught to dismiss as coincidence might actually be the language through which life speaks to those brave enough to listen. But this leaves you with a question that pierces through comfortable assumptions and reaches toward the core of how you want to live. If you trusted that your deepest calling was not selfish but necessary, not impractical but essential, what would you have the courage to begin tomorrow? As you sit with this inquiry, feeling its weight and possibility, you sense that perhaps the greatest treasure lies not in finding the right answer, but in developing the courage to live the question itself, day by day, choice by choice, trusting the mysterious intelligence that brought you this far to guide you toward whatever authentic treasure awaits. Atomic Habits. James Clear imagines scrolling through your phone each morning, the same automatic gesture repeating as your eyes adjust to consciousness. You reach for the device without thinking, fingers finding familiar apps in a dance you've performed thousands of times. In this simple moment lies a profound truth. You are not just living your life, you are being shaped by countless invisible forces, tiny repeated actions that compound silently into the very architecture of who you become. How is it that such small, seemingly insignificant movements can hold such extraordinary power over the trajectory of our existence? At the heart of James Clear's exploration lies a deceptively simple revelation that the smallest changes, when sustained over time, become the most transformative forces in human experience. This is the essence of atomic habits, not grand gestures or dramatic overhauls, but the gentle persistence of incremental improvement. Clear illuminates how a mere 1% daily improvement accumulates into remarkable transformation, suggesting that the secret to meaningful change isn't found in revolutionary moments, but in the quiet consistency of showing up, day after day, to the practice of becoming. What emerges is a question that touches the very core of personal growth. If our habits are the compound interest of self-improvement, how intentional are we being with the investments we make each day? The mathematics of marginal gains reveals something almost mystical about human potential. When you improve by just 1% each day for a year, you don't simply end up 1% better. You become 37 times better than when you started. This exponential nature of small improvements mirrors the way rivers carve canyons, not through forceful crashes, but through persistent, gentle flow against stone. The British cycling team Clear references understood this principle intuitively, finding competitive advantage not in dramatic training overhauls, but in the accumulation of tiny optimizations. Better bike seat positioning, improved tire pressure, enhanced recovery techniques. You begin to see how this principle challenges the very foundation of how modern culture approaches change. Society celebrates the dramatic transformation, the overnight success, the radical life overhaul. Yet these atomic improvements suggest that lasting change operates more like the growth of a tree than the explosion of fireworks invisible day by day. undeniable year by year. The power lies not in the magnitude of any single action, but in the compounding effect of consistency applied to direction. The framework Clear presents through his 4 laws of behavior change offers a gentle architecture for transformation that honors both human psychology and practical reality. Making habits obvious acknowledges that awareness precedes change. You cannot alter patterns you don't first recognize. This law invites you into a curious relationship with your own behavior, becoming an observer of your automatic responses rather than their unconscious participant. When you place your running shoes beside your bed or prep your healthy lunch the night before, you're designing your environment to make good choices effortless. Making habits attractive taps into the fundamental human truth that we move toward pleasure and away from pain. But Clear's insight goes deeper. He suggests that attraction can be engineered through environment and social connection. When you surround yourself with people who embody the habits you wish to cultivate, their behavior becomes a magnetic force drawing you towards similar patterns. The habit becomes attractive not only for its immediate reward, but for its identity-shaping power. The 3rd law, making habits easy, perhaps offers the most practical wisdom for our overwhelmed modern lives. The 2-minute rule suggests that any new habit should be scaled down to something achievable in less than 2 minutes. Read 1 page, becomes read 1 paragraph, becomes simply picking up the book. This approach honors a profound truth about human psychology. We are far more likely to continue something we've started than to start something we've been avoiding. By removing friction from good behaviors and adding friction to undesirable ones, you become an architect of your own behavioral environment. What makes Clear's approach particularly compelling for contemporary life is his emphasis on systems over goals. In a culture obsessed with outcomes and achievements, this represents a fundamental philosophical shift. Goals, he suggests, can create a perpetual state of failure. You're either working toward them, feeling inadequate, or you've achieved them temporarily before needing new ones. Systems, however, offer a different relationship with improvement. They focus on the process rather than the destination, creating sustainable frameworks for continuous growth. This systems thinking addresses a peculiar modern paradox. We live in an age of unprecedented access to information about how to improve our lives, yet many feel stuck in patterns that don't serve them. Perhaps this is because we've been approaching change from the wrong angle entirely. Instead of asking what you want to achieve, the Atomic Habits framework invites you to ask who you want to become, then to design small, daily practices that provide evidence for that identity. Consider how this applies to the challenge of digital overwhelm that defines so much of contemporary existence. Rather than setting a goal to spend less time on social media, you might implement a system where your phone charges in another room overnight, where you read 1 page of a physical book before checking messages, where you take 1 mindful breath before opening any app. These tiny interventions, repeated consistently, reshape not just behavior, but identity gradually. You become someone who uses technology intentionally rather than compulsively. The beauty of Atomic Habits lies in their accessibility. They require no special equipment, no perfect moment, no ideal circumstances. They can begin immediately, in the midst of whatever imperfect reality you currently inhabit. A single push-up, 1 mindful breath, writing 1 sentence, expressing 1 moment of gratitude, these actions seem almost trivial. Yet when compounded over time, they become the foundation for profound personal transformation. Here lies perhaps the deepest insight. Transformation happens not in moments of peak motivation, but in the mundane repetition of ordinary days. The person you're becoming is being shaped right now, in this moment and the next, by the small choices you make when no one is watching, when it feels like it doesn't matter, when the action seems too small to count. Yet everything counts. Every repetition is a vote for the type of person you wish to become. As you reflect on the atomic habits already present in your life, some serving you, others perhaps working against your deeper intentions, you might ask yourself, what small, consistent action could you begin today that would compound into the person you most want to become? What 1% improvement, sustained over time, might transform not just what you do but who you are. The river doesn't strain against the rock. It simply flows, persistently, gently, until the landscape itself is transformed. Perhaps your own transformation requires not more effort but more patience. Not bigger changes but smaller ones. Not someday, but today, in this moment, with the next small choice that shapes the infinite possibility of who you're becoming. Sapiens, a brief history of humankind. Yuval Noah Harari. Imagine you're holding a smooth stone tool in your hands, feeling its weight and the precision of its edges. This simple object, crafted by human hands tens of thousands of years ago, represents something far more profound than mere utility. It whispers of a moment when our species crossed an invisible threshold, when we began to reshape not just stone, but reality itself through the power of shared imagination. What transformed a handful of African primates into the dominant force on Earth, capable of both breathtaking creativity and devastating destruction. The story of humanity, as Yuval Noah Harari unveils it, is not merely a chronicle of biological evolution or technological progress. It is the tale of three great revolutions that fundamentally rewired the fabric of existence on this planet. The cognitive revolution taught us to believe in shared fictions. The agricultural revolution bound us to the land and to each other in ways we never anticipated. The scientific revolution unleashed forces that continue to reshape our understanding of what it means to be human. Each transformation carried within it the seeds of unprecedented cooperation and unforeseen consequences, raising urgent questions about where we're heading and whether we're prepared for the journey. You begin to see that the first great turning point in human history was not the discovery of fire or the invention of tools, but something far more elusive: the emergence of our ability to create and believe in shared stories. Around 70,000 years ago, something remarkable happened in the neural pathways of Homo sapiens. We developed the capacity to speak not just about the tangible world around us, but about things that existed only in our collective imagination. This cognitive revolution was like discovering a new dimension of reality, one where invisible forces could move mountains and fictional entities could command the loyalty of millions. Consider how this transformation echoes through your daily life. The money in your wallet, the nation you call home, the company you work for, none of these exist in the physical world in the way a tree or a river does. They are elaborate shared fictions, stories we tell ourselves and agree to believe. Yet these invisible constructs shape your choices, your relationships, and even your dreams more powerfully than many tangible realities. Harari reveals how this ability to create what he calls intersubjective reality allowed small bands of humans to cooperate in groups of thousands, then millions, eventually dominating every other species on Earth. The second revolution began innocuously enough, with the simple act of planting seeds and waiting for them to grow. Yet the agricultural revolution, which unfolded around 10,000 years ago, was perhaps the most consequential trap our species ever set for itself. You might imagine this transition as humanity's great liberation from the uncertainties of hunting and gathering. But Harari presents a more complex picture. While agriculture provided food security and enabled population growth, it also chained us to the land, created rigid social hierarchies, and arguably diminished the quality of life for the average person. The wheat we thought we were domesticating was, in a very real sense, domesticating us. This paradox of progress continues to haunt our modern world. You live in the wake of countless innovations that promised to free you, but instead created new forms of dependence. Your smartphone connects you to infinite information while potentially fragmenting your attention. Your career provides economic security while perhaps constraining your autonomy. The same pattern that Harari identifies in the agricultural revolution, where short-term benefits create long-term complications, seems woven into the very fabric of human advancement. The third transformation, the scientific revolution, emerged from a profound shift in how we approach the unknown. Rather than claiming certainty about the mysteries of existence, science embraced ignorance as a starting point. This willingness to say, "we don't know," became the foundation for an explosion of knowledge that continues to accelerate. You witness its effects every day. In the medicine that extends life, the technology that shrinks distances, and the discoveries that expand the boundaries of the possible. Yet this revolution too carries its shadows. The same scientific thinking that cures diseases also creates weapons of unprecedented destruction. The technologies that connect us globally also threaten our privacy and autonomy. The knowledge that promises to unlock the secrets of consciousness might ultimately challenge the very foundations of what we consider human. Harari's insight illuminates a crucial tension. Our growing power over the natural world has not been matched by wisdom about how to use that power responsibly. As you reflect on these three revolutions, a deeper pattern emerges. Each transformation granted humanity extraordinary, new capabilities, while simultaneously creating unforeseen vulnerabilities. The cognitive revolution gave us cooperation at the cost of making us dependent on shared illusions. The agricultural revolution provided security while constraining freedom. The scientific revolution offered unprecedented power while removing many traditional sources of meaning. This pattern suggests that progress is not a simple upward trajectory, but a complex dance between liberation and limitation. Perhaps most unsettling is Harari's observation that we may be on the verge of a fourth revolution, one that could transform not just human society, but human nature itself. Advances in biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and genetic engineering are beginning to give us the power to redesign the very foundations of our existence. You live at a moment when humanity might transcend the biological and cognitive constraints that have defined our species for millennia. Yet if the pattern holds, these new powers will likely come with costs we cannot yet imagine. The key insight emerging from this vast sweep of history is both humbling and empowering. You are not simply the product of inevitable progress, but the inheritor of countless choices made by previous generations as they navigated the consequences of their own revolutions. The stories that shape your world, about money, nations, corporations, and even individual identity, are neither natural nor permanent. They are human creations, which means they can be reimagined and restructured. This realization carries with it a profound responsibility. Standing at the threshold of potentially the most transformative period in human history, you face the question of what stories you want to help write for the future. How do you ensure that the next revolution serves human flourishing rather than merely expanding human power? How do you prepare for changes that might challenge the very foundations of what it means to be human? As you settle into stillness, let these questions rest gently in your awareness. The story of humanity is not a finished tale, but an ongoing creation, and your choices, however small they might seem, are part of its unfolding. The same capacity for imagination that launched our species on its extraordinary journey remains alive within you, ready to envision new possibilities for what we might become. In the quiet spaces between heartbeats, between thoughts, between the weight of what we've been and the lightness of what we might yet be, the future is still being written. The Four Agreements by Don Miguel Ruiz. Imagine you're holding a conversation with someone close to you, and suddenly you notice something troubling. Every word you speak seems to carry an invisible weight. Some words build bridges, while others, without your intention, seem to create small chasms. You realize that in this single exchange, you're not just communicating information, you're actively shaping reality itself, both yours and theirs. This moment of awareness brings you face to face with a profound question. If your words, assumptions, reactions, and efforts are constantly sculpting the world around you, how intentionally are you wielding these tools of existence? In the ancient wisdom tradition of the Toltecs, preserved and interpreted through Don Miguel Ruiz's teachings, lies a deceptively simple framework called the Four Agreements. These are not merely guidelines for better living, but fundamental shifts in how you engage with reality itself. They represent a quiet revolution, one that happens not in the external world, but in the intimate spaces of your daily choices, reactions, and inner dialogue. What makes these agreements particularly compelling for our time is how they address the very foundations of human suffering. the ways we unconsciously sabotage our peace through the habits of our minds and hearts. The first agreement, be impeccable with your word, invites you to consider the extraordinary power embedded in language itself. Your words are not neutral carriers of information. They are living forces that can heal or harm, create or destroy, illuminate or obscure truth. When you speak with impeccability, you're choosing to align your communication with integrity, avoiding the casual cruelties of gossip while refusing to diminish yourself through self-criticism. This isn't about perfection in speech, but rather about recognizing that every word is a choice, and that choice reverberates through your relationships and your own sense of self. Consider how often your internal dialogue runs counter to this principle. You might spend entire days speaking to yourself in ways you would never address another person, with harshness, judgment, and casual dismissal. The agreement asks you to extend the same careful attention to your inner voice as you would to your most cherished relationships. In doing so, you begin to understand that the relationship you have with yourself becomes the template for every other connection in your life. The second agreement, don't take anything personally, presents what might be the most challenging shift in perspective for the modern mind. You live in a world where personal validation often feels synonymous with survival, where criticism can feel like an assault on your very existence. Yet this agreement suggests a different possibility, that the actions and words of others emerge from their own inner landscapes, their own fears, dreams, and unhealed wounds. When someone responds to you with anger, dismissal, or even praise, they're often revealing more about their internal state than making an objective statement about who you are. This doesn't mean becoming indifferent to others or dismissing the impact of their behavior. Instead, it means developing what might be called emotional sovereignty, the ability to respond rather than react, to maintain your center even when others are lost in their storms. You begin to see that taking things personally is often a form of making yourself smaller, of assuming that you exist primarily as a character in someone else's story, rather than as the author of your own. The third agreement, don't make assumptions, addresses one of the most subtle yet pervasive sources of human conflict and confusion. Your mind, in its attempt to make sense of a complex world, constantly fills in gaps with assumptions, creating entire narratives about others' intentions, feelings, and motivations. These stories often say more about your own fears and desires than about the reality you're trying to understand. This agreement invites you into the practice of curiosity over certainty, of asking questions rather than filling silence with projections. In a world where information moves at unprecedented speed, the temptation to assume rather than inquire has only intensified. You might scroll through social media, constructing elaborate interpretations of others' lives based on fragments of curated content. You might navigate workplace tensions by imagining complex motivations behind simple actions. The agreement suggests that these assumptions are not just inaccurate, they're actively harmful, creating unnecessary drama and preventing the authentic connection that comes from genuine understanding. The fourth agreement, always do your best, initially might sound like another prescription for perfectionism, but it points toward something far more nuanced and compassionate. Your best is not a fixed standard, but a fluid capacity that changes with your energy, circumstances, and growth. Some days your best might be extraordinary achievement. Other days it might simply be showing up with presence and kindness. This agreement frees you from the exhausting game of comparison and self-judgment, while maintaining a commitment to engaged living. These agreements, when viewed together, create a framework for what might be called conscious living, a way of moving through the world with greater awareness of your impact and intentions. They address the fundamental ways humans create suffering for themselves and others. Through careless words, over-identification with external opinions, stories built on assumptions, and the self-violence of constant self-criticism. But what makes these ancient insights particularly relevant for contemporary life? You exist in an era of unprecedented connectivity, where words can reach vast audiences instantly, where the opinions of strangers can feel as immediate as those of intimates, where assumptions can be broadcast and amplified across digital networks. The agreements offer a kind of emotional and spiritual hygiene for navigating this complex landscape, tools for maintaining your center amidst information overload and social complexity. The deeper question these agreements raise is whether true freedom comes from changing external circumstances or from transforming your relationship to whatever circumstances arise. They suggest that much of human suffering is optional, created not by life's inevitable challenges, but by unconscious patterns of thought and reaction. This is both liberating and daunting. Liberating because it places tremendous power in your hands, daunting because it requires taking responsibility for your inner life in ways that culture rarely encourages. Perhaps the most profound insight embedded in these agreements is that personal transformation and social healing are intimately connected. When you stop spreading poison through careless words, when you refuse to take others' unconsciousness personally, when you replace assumptions with genuine curiosity, and when you bring authentic effort to your endeavors, you're not just improving your own life, you're contributing to the healing of the collective human conversation. As you consider these agreements, you might find yourself recognizing the patterns they address in your own daily experience. The key takeaway is not that you must implement them perfectly, but that awareness itself is the beginning of transformation. Simply noticing when you're taking something personally or making assumptions already begins to create space for a different response. The second insight is that these agreements work together synergistically. Practicing one makes the others more natural and accessible. The lingering question these teachings leave you with is this: if you could inhabit these four simple principles more fully, what might become possible in your relationships, your work, and your sense of inner peace? How might your life change if you truly believed that freedom comes not from controlling external circumstances, but from mastering your own responses to whatever arises? As you settle into contemplation of these possibilities, allow yourself to consider that transformation need not be dramatic or immediate. Like water gradually reshaping stone, small shifts in how you speak, react, assume, and engage can create profound changes over time. The agreements are not destinations, but practices, not achievements, but ongoing invitations to live with greater consciousness and compassion. In a world that often feels chaotic and divided, they offer a path toward inner stability and authentic connection, gifts that ripple outward far beyond the boundaries of your individual life. 12 Rules for Life. An Antidote to Chaos by Jordan B. Peterson. You're standing in your kitchen on a Tuesday morning, shoulders hunched over your phone, scrolling through an endless feed of others' successes, while your own life feels scattered in a dozen directions. The dishes pile up, your posture slouches deeper, and somewhere in the back of your mind, a quiet voice wonders, how did the simple act of living become so overwhelming? What if the antidote to this modern chaos isn't found in the grand gestures or life-changing revelations, but in the deliberate attention to how you carry yourself through the world? Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules emerge not as commandments carved in stone, but as practical wisdom distilled from psychology, philosophy, and the messy reality of human existence. Each rule represents a small rebellion against the entropy that threatens to consume our days. They speak to something deeper than self-help. They address the fundamental question of how to live with meaning when the world seems determined to strip it away. In our age of infinite choices and constant comparison, these principles offer an unexpected framework. That meaning emerges not from avoiding life's difficulties, but from standing upright within them. Consider the profound simplicity hidden within. Stand up straight with your shoulders back. You might initially dismiss this as mere posture advice, but pause for a moment and feel what happens in your body when you deliberately straighten your spine. There's something more than physical occurring here, a shift in how you inhabit space, how you present yourself to the world. Peterson draws from evolutionary psychology to show us that this isn't superficial. When you stand tall, you're engaging ancient neural pathways that influence everything from your hormone levels to how others perceive your competence. The lobster, with its simple nervous system, demonstrates dominance hierarchies through posture. How much more complex, yet fundamentally similar, are our own social realities? This rule whispers a deeper truth. that your external stance shapes your internal landscape. When you consciously choose to stand straight, you're making a statement to yourself and to the world that you're willing to bear the weight of your own existence. You're saying that you matter enough to occupy space with intention. In a culture that often encourages us to shrink, to apologize for our presence, this becomes a quiet act of courage. The wisdom deepens when you consider the rule about treating yourself like someone you're responsible for helping. You likely extend more compassion to your struggling friend than to yourself when you falter. You probably give others the benefit of the doubt while holding yourself to impossible standards. This discrepancy reveals something troubling about our relationship with ourselves. We've somehow learned to be our own harshest critics rather than our most reliable allies. What would change if you offered yourself the same patience you'd give to someone you love? The shift isn't towards self-indulgence, but towards self-respect. You begin to ask different questions. What does this person need right now? How can I help them grow? What would genuine care look like in this situation? This internal reframing transforms self-care from selfish luxury into necessary stewardship of the one life you've been given to tend. Perhaps most challenging in our hyperconnected age is the rule about comparing yourself only to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. Your social media feeds offer an endless parade of others' highlight reels, while you're intimately aware of your own behind-the-scenes struggles. The comparison trap isn't just psychologically damaging, it's existentially misguided. You're running someone else's race while neglecting your own unique course. When you shift the comparison to yesterday's version of yourself, something remarkable happens. Progress becomes visible in previously hidden places. You notice that you listened more carefully in today's conversation than last week's. You recognize that you handled frustration with slightly more grace than you did a month ago. The increments are often small, but they're real and they're yours. This isn't about lowering standards. It's about orienting yourself toward authentic growth rather than performative achievement. The rule about setting your house in perfect order before criticizing the world cuts particularly deep in our age of recreational outrage. You can diagnose society's problems with impressive precision, while your own relationships crumble and your personal integrity remains unexamined. There's a seductive comfort in focusing on external dysfunction. It requires no real change from you, only opinion and commentary. Yet when you turn that critical eye inward, when you honestly assess the areas where your own life lacks order or integrity, something shifts. You discover that the energy you've been spending on distant problems might be better invested in the relationships, habits, and responsibilities directly within your influence. This isn't about becoming apathical toward larger issues, but about grounding your concern for the world in the credibility that comes from genuine self-knowledge and personal accountability. Consider how this wisdom intersects with our contemporary landscape, where virtual activism can replace actual transformation, where you can curate an image of enlightenment while avoiding the difficult work of becoming more enlightened. The rule suggests that your capacity to contribute meaningfully to the world's healing is directly proportional to your willingness to face your own brokenness with honesty and effort. The final rule Peterson offers, pet a cat when you encounter one on the street, might seem oddly simple among weighty discussions of responsibility and meaning. But perhaps this is precisely why it's profound. In your goal-oriented, efficiency-obsessed daily existence, you often rush past the small moments of beauty and connection that require nothing from you except presence. The friendly cat represents all those unremarkable encounters that can become remarkable if you're willing to pause. This rule speaks to the importance of remaining open to joy even when life feels heavy with suffering. It reminds you that meaning isn't only found in grand purposes and serious endeavors, but also in the gentle interruptions that invite you back into the present moment. When you stop to stroke a cat's fur, you're practicing a form of attention that our distracted age desperately needs. The ability to be fully where you are, with what's actually in front of you. The deeper you explore these rules, the more you realize they're not seeking to eliminate chaos from your life, but to help you develop the capacity to dance with it more skillfully. They suggest that meaning emerges not from the absence of difficulty, but from developing the character and practices that allow you to meet difficulty with dignity. What strikes you most profoundly is how these principles challenge the modern assumption that happiness should be easily accessible and constantly maintained. Instead, they propose that fulfillment comes from the disciplined pursuit of responsibility, truth, and gradual improvement. In an age of quick fixes and instant gratification, this feels both countercultural and deeply necessary. As you consider these rules in the context of your own daily choices, you begin to recognize how meaning and chaos aren't opposing forces in some cosmic battle, but dance partners in the ongoing creation of a life worth living. The rules offer you not the promise of a problem-free existence, but the tools to find purpose within the problems that inevitably arise. What would it mean to approach tomorrow with shoulders back, comparing yourself only to yesterday's version, treating yourself with the care you'd offer a dear friend? The question lingers softly as you close your eyes. In a world that seems determined to scatter your attention and fragment your purpose, how might these simple practices become acts of quiet rebellion, small rituals of meaning-making that gradually transform not just your posture, but your entire stance toward existence itself? The subtle art of not giving a F***CK, Mark Manson, you find yourself standing in the middle of a bustling city square, surrounded by countless voices demanding your attention. Street performers call out for applause, vendors hawk their wares, friends text urgent requests, colleagues pile on deadlines, and social media notifications ping incessantly in your pocket. Every sound, every sight, every interaction seems to whisper the same desperate question: don't you care about this? But what if the most radical act you could perform in this moment would be to simply stop caring about most of it? At its heart, the art of not giving a care is really about the profound recognition that your emotional energy is finite, precious, and worthy of the most deliberate curation. This isn't about becoming callous or indifferent to the world around you. Rather, it's about understanding that caring deeply about everything is actually a form of caring deeply about nothing. When you scatter your concerns like seeds thrown carelessly to the wind, none take root deeply enough to flourish into something meaningful. The question that emerges from this realization cuts straight to the core of modern existence. In a world that profits from your perpetual anxiety and endless engagement, how do you reclaim the sovereignty of your own attention? The first insight that emerges when you begin to examine this principle is that most of what demands your concern exists in a realm of manufactured urgency. You start to notice how many of the things that once felt critically important were actually borrowed anxieties, inherited from a culture that thrives on your emotional investment in its endless dramas. The colleague's opinion of your presentation, the stranger's reaction to your appearance, the social cause you feel obligated to champion despite having no genuine connection to it. These concerns accumulate like dust on a windowsill, gradually obscuring your view of what actually matters to you. When you step back from this swirling chaos of external demands, something curious happens. A space opens up, quiet and still, where your authentic values can finally make themselves known. These values don't arrive with fanfare or obvious clarity. Instead, they emerge like stars becoming visible as the sun sets, always there, but only noticeable when the brighter distractions fade away. You begin to discover that your deepest cares are often simpler and more personal than you expected. The quality of your relationships, the integrity of your work, the growth of your understanding, the peace of your inner world. The paradox embedded in this practice reveals itself slowly but powerfully. The less you care about impressing others, the more genuinely impressive you become. The less you chase happiness directly, the more space you create for authentic contentment to arise naturally. The less you try to control every outcome, the more influence you actually wield over the things that matter. This isn't just clever wordplay. It's a fundamental truth about how human psychology operates. When you release the desperate grip of trying to manage everything, you free up enormous amounts of mental and emotional resources that can be redirected toward what truly deserves your investment. This selective caring becomes especially crucial when you consider the modern landscape of infinite choice and constant connectivity. You live in an era where you could theoretically care about every injustice, every opportunity, every piece of content, every relationship, every possibility that presents itself. Your ancestors cared about their immediate tribe, their harvest, their survival through the next winter. You're asked to care about global politics, environmental crises, economic fluctuations, social movements, technological changes, and the personal dramas of hundreds of acquaintances, all while maintaining your own career, health, relationships, and personal growth. The mathematics of this situation simply doesn't work. When you try to care about everything equally, you end up caring about nothing effectively. Your attention becomes so diffused that it loses all power to create meaningful change in any direction. You become like water poured onto sand, quickly absorbed and leaving no lasting trace. But when you concentrate that same caring into fewer, more carefully chosen channels, it becomes like water flowing through a carved riverbed, capable of moving mountains over time. The practice of not caring about most things simultaneously becomes a practice of caring more deeply about fewer things. You begin to understand that saying no to 99 opportunities creates space to say a truly meaningful yes to one. You realize that ignoring 99 sources of outrage allows you to channel your righteous energy into one cause where you might actually make a difference. You discover that disappointing 99 casual acquaintances creates room to show up fully for the few people who truly matter in your life. This shift requires confronting an uncomfortable truth about human nature. Your desire to care about everything often stems not from genuine compassion, but from ego, fear, or social conditioning. You want to appear informed, engaged, morally superior, or simply avoid the discomfort of being seen as someone who doesn't care enough. But this performance of caring, divorced from authentic investment, generates no real benefit for anyone. It exhausts you without creating meaningful change in the world, leaving everyone worse off than if you had simply focused your limited energy where it could actually make a difference. Perhaps the most liberating aspect of this approach emerges when you realize that choosing what not to care about is actually an expression of deeper caring. When you refuse to spend emotional energy on gossip, you're caring about the quality of your relationships. When you stop worrying about others' approval, you're caring about your authentic self-expression. When you ignore the latest manufactured controversy, you're caring about your mental peace and your ability to focus on what you can actually influence. Every strategic neglect becomes a vote for what you value most. The key insight you can carry forward is this: your caring is not unlimited, and pretending otherwise doesn't make you more compassionate, it makes you less effective. The gentle discipline of choosing your concerns with the same care you choose your closest friends transforms both your inner experience and your impact on the world. This leads to a question worth carrying with you as you navigate the endless demands on your attention. If you could only deeply care about 3 things for the rest of your life, what would they be? And how might that clarity change the way you spend your days? As you settle into this understanding, you might find yourself breathing a little deeper, your shoulders relaxing as they release the weight of 1,000 concerns that were never truly yours to carry. The world will continue its urgent spinning, voices will keep calling for your attention, and new crises will emerge to demand your emotional investment. But you now hold a different kind of power, the power to pause, to choose, and to direct your precious caring toward the places where it can take root and grow into something beautiful and real. The untethered soul. Imagine you're sitting in a quiet room, and suddenly you become aware of a voice in your head. It's commenting on everything: the temperature of the room, what you should do next, replaying yesterday's conversation, worrying about tomorrow's meeting. This voice never stops. It judges, analyzes, plans, and criticizes in an endless stream of mental chatter. You realize with startling clarity that this voice has been your constant companion for as long as you can remember, yet you've never questioned whether this voice is actually you. What if the most fundamental assumption about your identity, that you are your thoughts, is not only wrong, but the very thing keeping you from experiencing true freedom? At the heart of Michael Singer's profound work lies a revolutionary recognition. You are not the voice in your head, but the one who hears it. This distinction, simple yet earth-shattering, opens the door to what he calls becoming an untethered soul, a consciousness freed from the endless cycle of mental and emotional reactivity that governs most human experience. The core insight suggests that beneath the constant mental commentary lies an observer, a deeper self that remains untouched by the storms of thought and emotion. In our hyperconnected age, where external stimulation and internal mental noise have reached unprecedented levels, this ancient wisdom offers a pathway to genuine peace and authentic living. The concept Singer calls the inner roommate reveals the nature of our mental predicament with startling clarity. Picture having a roommate who follows you everywhere, commenting incessantly on your choices, rehashing past mistakes, and catastrophizing about future possibilities. You wouldn't tolerate such behavior from an actual person, yet you allow this internal voice to dominate your inner landscape without question. This roommate isn't inherently malicious. It's trying to help by analyzing and protecting you, but its constant chatter creates a layer of noise between you and direct experience. When you begin to observe this inner roommate with detached awareness, something remarkable happens. You start to notice that thoughts arise and pass away like clouds in the sky, and you, the observer, remain constant and undisturbed. This recognition doesn't require you to stop thinking or eliminate the inner voice. Instead, it invites you to change your relationship with mental activity entirely. Rather than being carried away by every thought and emotion, you can observe them with the same calm attention you might give to watching birds fly across the horizon. The practice of stepping back from mental identification leads to a profound understanding. Your true self exists in a state of natural peace and awareness that requires nothing external for its completion. Singer points to this deeper identity as the immortal aspect of your being, not immortal in the sense of living forever in a body, but immortal in that it exists beyond the temporary fluctuations of thought, emotion, and circumstance. This self doesn't need to be improved, fixed, or defended because it's already whole. This recognition challenges everything modern culture teaches about finding fulfillment. Instead of seeking happiness through achievement, relationships, or experiences, you discover that contentment is your natural state when you're not caught up in mental resistance. The wave realizes it was always part of the ocean. The cloud remembers it's simply a temporary formation in an endless sky. Your individual consciousness connects to something vast and timeless that has been present all along. The path to untethering involves what Singer calls radical acceptance, not passive resignation, but an active releasing of resistance to life as it unfolds. Most suffering arises not from circumstances themselves, but from your mental and emotional reactions to those circumstances. When unexpected challenges arise, your inner roommate immediately begins its commentary. This shouldn't be happening. I can't handle this. What will people think? Each resistant thought creates additional layers of suffering beyond the situation itself. Acceptance doesn't mean becoming passive or failing to take appropriate action. Instead, it means releasing the mental struggle against reality that drains your energy and clouds your judgment. When you stop fighting what's already happening, you can respond with clarity and wisdom rather than react from fear and resistance. You begin to flow with life's natural rhythm rather than exhausting yourself swimming against the current. Consider how this wisdom applies to our current moment in history. We live in an era of constant connectivity, where external voices compete with our inner roommate for attention. Social media feeds amplify comparison and judgment, news cycles trigger fear and outrage, and the pace of change can leave us feeling unmoored. The teachings of the untethered soul offer a sanctuary, not through escaping the world, but by finding an unshakable center within yourself that remains calm regardless of external turbulence. The practice becomes especially relevant when facing the uncertainty that characterizes modern life. Career changes, relationship challenges, health concerns, and global crises can trigger intense mental and emotional reactions. But when you recognize yourself as the observer rather than the observed, these experiences lose their power to destabilize your fundamental sense of well-being. You can engage fully with life's challenges while maintaining access to an inner space of peace and clarity. Singer's approach also addresses the epidemic of anxiety and depression that affects so many people today. These conditions often involve becoming trapped in cycles of negative thinking and emotional reactivity. By learning to observe thoughts and feelings without immediately identifying with them, you create space for healing and transformation. The painful emotions don't necessarily disappear, but you stop adding the additional suffering that comes from resisting them or making them wrong. The journey toward becoming untethered reveals that most of what you've been taught to pursue, success, approval, security, represents attempts to quiet the inner roommate through external means. But no external achievement can permanently silence mental commentary or eliminate emotional reactivity. True freedom comes from recognizing that you don't need to fix or improve your thoughts and emotions. You need to stop deriving your identity from them. This shift in perspective opens up possibilities for genuine compassion, both for yourself and others. When you see that everyone is dealing with their own version of the inner roommate, their own patterns of mental and emotional reactivity, judgment naturally softens into understanding. You realize that most human conflict and suffering stems from people acting from their unconscious patterns rather than their deeper wisdom. The key takeaway from this exploration is both simple and profound. You are not your thoughts, emotions, or circumstances, but the aware presence that observes them all. This recognition doesn't require years of meditation or spiritual practice. It can happen in any moment when you pause and notice who is doing the noticing. Alongside this realization comes a practical invitation. Instead of trying to control your inner experience, you can learn to let it flow while remaining rooted in your deeper identity as the observer. As you contemplate these ideas in the quiet of this moment, a question naturally arises. What would change in your daily life if you truly embodied the understanding that your deepest self is already free, already whole, already at peace, regardless of what thoughts arise or what circumstances unfold? Perhaps the answer isn't something you need to figure out with your mind, but something you can discover through the simple practice of noticing. Right now, in this very moment, you can sense the stillness that exists beneath the mental commentary, the awareness that remains constant while everything else changes. This stillness isn't empty or void. It's alive with possibility, pregnant with the potential for authentic living. In recognizing this timeless presence within yourself, you touch the essence of what it means to become truly untethered, free to engage with life from a place of wholeness rather than seeking wholeness through life. Flow, the psychology of optimal experience. Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. Imagine yourself completely absorbed in an activity you love. Perhaps you're sketching in the margins of evening light, your pencil moving across paper with effortless precision. Hours pass unnoticed. The world around you fades until there's only you, the paper, and the emerging image. Your breathing synchronizes with each deliberate stroke. Time seems to dissolve, and you find yourself in a state where effort feels effortless, where challenge meets skill in perfect harmony. What is this mysterious state of being, and why does it feel so profoundly satisfying? This experience of complete absorption has a name: flow. Psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi spent decades studying these moments when human consciousness operates at its peak, when we become fully immersed in what we're doing. Flow represents more than simple focus or enjoyment. It's a state where the boundaries between self and activity dissolve, where we experience what might be called optimal human functioning. In our age of constant distraction and fragmented attention, understanding flow becomes particularly urgent. How might we cultivate these experiences of deep engagement when our modern world seems designed to pull us in countless directions? At the heart of flow lies a delicate balance between challenge and skill. You enter this state when the difficulty of what you're attempting matches precisely with your current abilities. If the challenge exceeds your skills, anxiety creeps in like storm clouds gathering on a clear day. If your abilities far surpass the challenge, boredom settles over you like dust on an unused instrument. But in that sweet spot where challenge and skill dance together in equilibrium, flow emerges naturally. Consider a musician learning a new piece. Too simple, and their mind wanders. too complex, and frustration overwhelms the joy of making music. But when the piece demands exactly what they can give, stretching them without breaking them, they enter that magical space where fingers find notes without conscious direction, where the music seems to play itself through them. This balance isn't static. It evolves as skills develop, requiring ever new challenges to maintain the flow state. When you're in flow, something remarkable happens to your sense of self. The usual narrator in your head, the one that judges, compares, and worries, goes quiet. You're no longer watching yourself perform. You become the performance itself. This loss of self-consciousness isn't a diminishment, but rather a profound expansion. You transcend the limitations of your everyday identity and merge with the activity at hand. Think of the dancer who no longer thinks about individual steps, but becomes the music made visible, or the surgeon whose hands move with practiced precision while their consciousness focuses entirely on the delicate work before them. In these moments, the artificial separation between doer and doing dissolves. You're not playing the piano, you are the music flowing through time and space. Perhaps most intriguingly, flow warps your perception of time itself. Minutes can feel like hours when you're struggling with a difficult task, but in flow, hours pass like minutes. This isn't mere distraction, it's a fundamental shift in how consciousness experiences duration. When you're fully absorbed, you step outside the usual framework of temporal measurement and into a different relationship with the present moment. You might emerge from deep work or creative practice, surprised to discover that what felt like 30 minutes was actually 3 hours. Or conversely, you might experience a brief conversation or athletic movement as containing infinite depth and richness, each second pregnant with possibility. This temporal flexibility suggests something profound about the nature of human attention and its relationship to our experience of reality. Flow also requires clear goals and immediate feedback. You need to know what you're aiming for and how you're doing along the way. But these goals differ from the abstract, distant objectives that often dominate our daily lives. Flow goals are immediate and concrete: the next brushstroke, the next line of code, the next chess move. The feedback is equally immediate. You can see, feel, or sense right away whether you're moving in the right direction. This immediacy creates a closed loop of action and response that sustains the flow state. Unlike our usual experience of working toward distant rewards, flow provides its own intrinsic satisfaction. You don't play music to finish the song. You play because each note is rewarding in itself. This shift from external to internal motivation transforms work into play, effort into ease. In our hyperconnected age, these insights about flow take on special significance. We live surrounded by devices designed to fragment our attention in cultures that often prioritize multitasking over deep focus. The flow state, with its requirement for sustained concentration and clear goals, offers a counterbalance to the scattered consciousness that characterizes much of modern life. Consider how different your relationship to work might be if you could structure it to invite flow states. Instead of checking email every few minutes, you might create extended periods of uninterrupted focus. Instead of juggling multiple projects simultaneously, you might sequence your activities to allow for deep immersion. The question becomes, how might you redesign your daily rhythms to honor your capacity for flow? Yet flow also raises important questions about the nature of human fulfillment. If these states of optimal experience are so rewarding, what does that suggest about our usual way of being? Are we living below our potential most of the time? And if flow requires the perfect balance of challenge and skill, how do we navigate a world where we often have little control over the challenges we face? Perhaps most provocatively, flow suggests that happiness isn't something we pursue directly, but rather something that emerges when we're fully engaged with life itself. Instead of asking, "How can I be happy?" we might ask, "How can I become so absorbed in what I'm doing that the question of happiness becomes irrelevant?" The key insight you might carry forward is this: flow isn't a luxury or an occasional peak experience, but rather a natural human capacity that can be cultivated through conscious attention to the conditions that support it. When you align challenge with skill, create clear goals with immediate feedback, and protect space for deep concentration. You invite these moments of optimal experience into your life. This understanding leads to a profound question that extends well beyond individual experience. In a world that increasingly demands our partial attention to many things simultaneously, how might we collectively create conditions that honor our deep human need for complete absorption in meaningful activity? As you settle into stillness tonight, perhaps you can sense the possibility that flow represents, not as an exotic state reserved for artists and athletes, but as an expression of your most natural way of being. In the gentle rhythm of your breathing, in the quiet focus of your attention on this very moment, you touch the edge of that timeless place where effort becomes effortless, where you and your activity become one flowing movement of consciousness itself. Quiet, the power of introverts in a world that can't stop talking. By Susan Cain. You're sitting in a bustling coffee shop, watching the animated conversations around you, when you notice someone in the corner reading quietly, seemingly content in their solitude. While others gesture expansively and speak in rising volumes, this person appears deeply absorbed, occasionally glancing up with a gentle, observant expression. You find yourself wondering, in a world that seems to celebrate the loudest voice in the room, what profound gifts might we be overlooking in those who choose to speak more softly? Susan Cain's exploration of introversion reveals a striking paradox at the heart of modern society. We live in what she calls the age of the extrovert ideal, where charisma, quick thinking, and social boldness are prized above reflection, depth, and careful consideration. Yet beneath this cultural preference lies a deeper question that touches the very core of how we understand human value and potential. What happens when we mistake volume for wisdom, or confuse the capacity to fill silence with the ability to create meaning? Consider the quiet revolution that has shaped our world in ways we rarely acknowledge. Behind many of our most transformative innovations and movements, you'll find the contemplative minds of introverts. Einstein, who once said he preferred the silence that accompanies solitude, developed theories that reshaped our understanding of reality itself. Rosa Parks, whose quiet strength sparked a movement, demonstrated that the most powerful acts of courage sometimes emerge not from those who seek the spotlight, but from those who simply know when it's time to stand firm in their truth. The biological roots of introversion tell a fascinating story about the nervous system's relationship with stimulation. Introverted brains appear to process information more thoroughly, taking longer pathways through areas associated with planning and reflection. Where an extrovert might thrive on the dopamine rush of social interaction and external rewards, the introvert often finds fulfillment in the deeper satisfactions of internal processing and meaningful connection. This isn't a limitation, it's a different kind of optimization, one that favors depth over breadth, quality over quantity. When you examine the creative process, you begin to see how solitude serves not as an escape from the world, but as a laboratory for understanding it. The introvert's natural inclination toward quiet observation allows for a kind of pattern recognition that emerges only in stillness. Like a photographer waiting for the perfect light, the introverted mind often sees connections and possibilities that remain invisible in the rush of constant interaction. This patient attention to detail, this willingness to sit with complexity rather than rushing to immediate solutions, has given birth to countless innovations and insights. Yet perhaps the most profound aspect of Cain's work lies in her examination of how cultural biases shape our understanding of leadership and collaboration. The extrovert ideal has convinced us that good ideas emerge primarily from brainstorming sessions and group dynamics, when research suggests that many of our best insights actually arise in solitude and are refined through careful collaboration. The most effective teams, it turns out, aren't necessarily the loudest ones, but those that create space for both kinds of thinking, the quick, energetic exchange of ideas and the slow, methodical development of depth. In our hyperconnected age, where social media rewards the quick response and the bold statement, Cain's insights feel particularly urgent. You might notice how the constant pressure to be on, to have opinions readily available and personalities immediately engaging, can exhaust not just introverts, but anyone who values thoughtful reflection. The tyranny of the immediate response leaves little room for the kind of processing that leads to wisdom rather than mere reaction. In this context, the introvert's natural tendency toward pause and reflection offers a form of resistance against the culture of instant everything. The workplace implications of this understanding are profound. Organizations that recognize the introvert's need for quiet spaces, advance notice before meetings, and time to process before responding often discover that they've unlocked previously hidden talents. The programmer who seems quiet in meetings but produces elegant solutions in solitude. The manager who prefers written communication but offers incredibly thoughtful feedback. These aren't people who need to be fixed or made more extroverted. They're individuals whose cognitive style, when properly understood and supported, can complement and enhance the work of their more externally oriented colleagues. Yet this isn't about creating an either-or scenario, pitting introversion against extroversion in some kind of personality war. Instead, Cain's work points toward a more nuanced understanding of human diversity, one that recognizes that the best solutions often emerge from the creative tension between different ways of processing the world. The extrovert's ability to think out loud and build energy through interaction pairs beautifully with the introvert's capacity for deep analysis and careful synthesis. As you reflect on these ideas, two key insights emerge with particular clarity. First, that authentic contribution often requires the courage to work from your natural strengths rather than forcing yourself into ill-fitting cultural expectations. The introvert who learns to communicate their insights effectively while maintaining their need for reflection and solitude often makes more meaningful contributions than one who exhausts themselves trying to become more extroverted. Second, that creating inclusive environments, whether in families, schools, or workplaces, requires recognizing that different people access their best thinking through different pathways. This understanding leads to a question that resonates far beyond personality types. In a world that increasingly values speed and volume, how do we preserve and cultivate the spaces necessary for the kind of deep thinking that our most complex challenges require? Perhaps the answer lies in recognizing that introversion, at its essence, isn't about being shy or antisocial. It's about honoring the rhythm of reflection that allows inner wisdom to emerge. In a culture of constant noise, the introvert's gift isn't silence for its own sake, but the understanding that some truths can only be heard in stillness. As you settle into the quiet of this moment, you might find yourself appreciating not just the insights that emerge from solitude, but the recognition that in a world that never stops talking, the courage to listen deeply, to yourself and others, becomes a radical and necessary act. Can't hurt me, David Goggins imagined standing at the edge of an impossibly steep mountain trail, your body already aching from what you've endured, your mind whispering that you've given everything you have. The path ahead seems insurmountable, demanding more than you believe yourself capable of offering. In this moment of perceived limitation, you encounter a profound question that cuts through the noise of exhaustion. What if everything you think you know about your own capacity is merely the opening chapter of a much longer story? David Goggins embodies a radical challenge to our understanding of human potential. His journey from an overweight, trauma-scarred young man to a Navy SEAL and ultra-endurance athlete reveals something unsettling about the boundaries we accept as final. Through his unflinching examination of suffering, discipline, and the architecture of mental toughness, Goggins presents a mirror that reflects not just his own transformation, but the untapped reservoirs that may exist within every human spirit. In an age where comfort often feels like the ultimate goal, his philosophy poses a compelling modern question. Are we unknowingly living at a fraction of our true capacity? And what might we discover if we dared to venture beyond our carefully constructed limits? At the heart of Goggins' philosophy lies what he calls the 40% rule, a concept that suggests when your mind screams that you've reached your absolute limit, you've actually only accessed 40% of your true potential. This isn't merely motivational rhetoric, but a practical recognition of how the brain, acting as a protective guardian, creates psychological barriers long before physical ones become truly insurmountable. You discover that exhaustion often announces itself not as fact, but as the first negotiation in an ongoing conversation between comfort and capability. The implications ripple far beyond physical endurance. In your daily life, you encounter these 40% moments disguised as ordinary limitations. The difficult conversation you avoid, the creative project you abandon at the first sign of struggle, the skill you convince yourself you'll never master. Goggins suggests that these moments aren't endpoints, but invitations to discover what lies in the undiscovered 60%. The mountain trail becomes a metaphor for any challenge, where your initial assessment of impossibility may simply be your comfort zone's way of maintaining its familiar territory. Central to this expansion of capacity is what Goggins calls callousing the mind, a deliberate practice of exposing yourself to controlled hardship to build psychological resilience. Just as physical calluses form to protect areas of repeated friction, mental calluses develop through intentional encounters with discomfort. You begin to understand that avoiding all friction doesn't preserve your sensitivity. It actually increases your vulnerability to life's inevitable challenges. The person who never exercises becomes winded climbing a single flight of stairs, while the person who deliberately seeks physical challenge finds strength they never knew they possessed. This callousing process requires what Goggins frames as embracing the suck, accepting discomfort not as punishment, but as education. You learn that the voice in your head predicting failure or demanding retreat isn't necessarily providing accurate information about your actual capabilities. Instead, it's offering one perspective among many, a perspective often shaped more by past limitations than present possibilities. The art lies in acknowledging this voice without automatically obeying it, creating space between the feeling of difficulty and the decision to quit. Perhaps most practically, Goggins introduces the accountability mirror, a practice of unflinching self-examination that cuts through the stories we tell ourselves about why change isn't possible. Standing before this metaphorical mirror, you confront the gap between who you are and who you claim you want to become. This isn't about self-criticism, but about honest assessment of the daily choices that either move you toward your stated goals or keep you comfortably distant from them. The mirror reflects not just your current state, but your agency in shaping what comes next. The accountability mirror reveals how often we negotiate with our own standards, adjusting our expectations downward rather than adjusting our effort upward. You realize that accountability isn't about perfection, but about consistency, not about never falling, but about the speed with which you choose to rise. In a culture that often prioritizes feeling good over growing stronger, this mirror asks whether your daily actions align with your deepest aspirations or merely with your immediate comfort preferences. In our modern context, Goggins' philosophy takes on particular relevance as we navigate a world that increasingly provides convenience while potentially diminishing resilience. You live in an era where artificial intelligence can handle complex calculations, delivery services eliminate the need to leave home, and entertainment is available at the touch of a screen. While these advances offer undeniable benefits, they also pose a subtle question. Are we inadvertently outsourcing not just tasks, but the very experiences that traditionally built mental toughness and self-reliance? The calloused mind becomes especially valuable in a time when emotional resilience isn't built through daily necessity, but must be cultivated intentionally. You face challenges that previous generations couldn't imagine, from information overwhelm to the psychological pressure of constant comparison through social media. Yet you also have fewer built-in opportunities to practice overcoming genuine hardship. Goggins suggests that this gap between comfort and capacity isn't just personal but cultural, affecting our collective ability to handle adversity when it inevitably arrives. Consider how the 40% rule applies to contemporary challenges like learning new skills in a rapidly changing economy, maintaining relationships through difficult periods, or persisting with creative endeavors in the face of rejection. You encounter these situations not as rare emergencies, but as regular features of a complex life. The question becomes whether you approach them with the mental calluses needed for sustained effort or with the psychological equivalent of soft hands that blister at the first sign of friction. The accountability mirror also reflects our relationship with the endless stream of information and options that characterize modern life. You can research any topic, connect with any community, or pursue any interest, yet this abundance can paradoxically lead to a diffusion of focus and commitment. The mirror asks not whether you have access to opportunities, but whether you're developing the sustained attention and disciplined effort needed to transform opportunity into meaningful growth. As you consider Goggins' framework, two key insights emerge for carrying forward. First, that your perceived limitations often reveal themselves as starting points rather than end points when examined with sustained attention and deliberate practice. The voice that says, "I can't," may simply be announcing that you haven't yet, not that you never will. Second, that building capacity requires a fundamentally different relationship with discomfort, viewing it not as evidence that you're on the wrong path, but as confirmation that you're engaging with the friction necessary for growth. This leaves you with a lingering question that extends far beyond any single challenge. In a world that increasingly offers the option to optimize for comfort, how do you intentionally choose the kind of discomfort that builds rather than diminishes you? And what might you discover about your own untapped potential if you learn to recognize the difference? You settle into this question knowing that it doesn't demand an immediate answer, but rather a sustained exploration. The mountain trail that seemed impossible from the bottom reveals new perspectives at each turn, and what felt like an ending often transforms into a beginning when approached with patient determination. The 40% rule isn't ultimately about pushing yourself to exhaustion, but about remaining curious about what lies beyond your current conception of possible, staying open to the ongoing revelation of what you might become when you step deliberately beyond the territory you've already mapped. Start with why Simon Sinek. You're sitting in a meeting, listening to a colleague pitch their latest project. They speak passionately about features, benefits, and projected returns. The presentation is polished, the data compelling, yet something feels hollow. You find your attention drifting, your enthusiasm waning. Later, you encounter someone else describing their work with an entirely different energy. They speak not of what they're building, but of why it matters, of the change they hope to create in the world. Suddenly, you're leaning forward, fully engaged. What creates this profound difference in how we respond to ideas and leadership? Simon Sinek's exploration of purpose-driven thinking reveals a fundamental pattern in how humans connect with ideas, leaders, and movements. At its heart lies a deceptively simple framework called the Golden Circle, which suggests that the most inspiring leaders and organizations communicate from the inside out, beginning not with what they do, but with why they do it. This inversion of typical thinking patterns touches something deeper in human psychology, speaking to our need for meaning and belonging. In an age where we're bombarded with countless choices and messages, understanding this pattern becomes essential for anyone seeking to create genuine connection and lasting impact. The Golden Circle consists of 3 concentric layers, each representing a different level of understanding. The outermost layer represents what we do, the products we create, the services we offer, the results we achieve. This is the realm of features and specifications, the tangible manifestations of our efforts. Moving inward, we encounter how we do these things, our processes and methods, the unique approaches that differentiate us from others. But at the center lies why, the purpose and belief that drives everything else. Sinek suggests that while most organizations and individuals communicate from the outside in, starting with what they do and working toward their deeper motivations, truly inspiring leaders reverse this pattern. They begin with why, allowing purpose to illuminate process and process to give meaning to product. This isn't merely a communication strategy. It's a fundamental shift in how we understand motivation and connection. Consider how this pattern manifests in your own life. When you're most engaged and energized, you're likely connected to a deeper sense of purpose, a clear understanding of why your actions matter. The work feels meaningful not because of its immediate outcomes, but because it serves something larger than yourself. This connection to purpose creates what Sinek describes as a biological response, triggering feelings of trust and belonging that mere transactions cannot achieve. The psychological underpinnings of this framework reveal why starting with why proves so powerful. Human beings are not entirely rational actors making purely logical decisions. We're driven by emotions, relationships, and a deep need for meaning. When leaders communicate their why clearly and consistently, they're speaking to the part of the brain responsible for feelings and decision-making, not just the analytical processing center that evaluates features and benefits. This understanding transforms how you might approach your own communications and leadership. Rather than beginning with credentials or capabilities, you start with conviction. Rather than leading with logic, you lead with purpose, allowing reason to support and strengthen an already established emotional connection. The difference is profound, moving conversations from transactions to relationships, from compliance to commitment. Yet perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this framework lies in its connection to how ideas spread through communities. Sinek draws upon the law of diffusion to explain why some movements gain momentum while others, despite superior resources or logic, fail to take hold. The early adopters, those first believers who embrace new ideas, are not necessarily motivated by practical considerations. They're drawn to the why, the vision of a different future that resonates with their own beliefs and values. This pattern illuminates a curious paradox of influence. Those who seek to change the world often focus on convincing the skeptical majority through ever more compelling evidence and arguments. But lasting change begins with finding and inspiring those who already believe, who share a common sense of purpose and possibility. These early believers become ambassadors, their authentic enthusiasm creating the social proof and momentum necessary for broader adoption. You might recognize this dynamic in your own experience of change. The ideas and movements that have most profoundly shaped your thinking probably didn't convince you through logical argument alone. Instead, they resonated with something you already sensed or believed, providing language and community for values and aspirations that were already stirring within you. This recognition reveals both the power and responsibility that comes with starting with why. In our contemporary context, where authenticity is increasingly valued yet often questioned, the principle of starting with why offers both opportunity and challenge. Digital communication allows us to reach vast audiences, but it also makes superficial or manufactured purpose more visible and less convincing. Social media rewards quick engagement, yet sustainable influence requires the patience to build genuine relationships around shared values and vision. The modern workplace presents its own complexities. Many professionals find themselves in roles where their organization's stated purpose feels disconnected from daily reality, where why has become a marketing slogan rather than a guiding principle. This disconnect creates what we might call purpose fatigue, a skepticism toward inspirational language that isn't matched by authentic action and consistent behavior. How then do you navigate this landscape authentically? Perhaps the answer lies in starting small and personal. Before attempting to inspire others with your why, you must first achieve clarity about your own deeper motivations. This isn't about crafting the perfect mission statement, but about honest reflection on what truly drives you, what change you hope to create in the world, however modest your sphere of influence. The practice of starting with why also requires what we might call moral courage, the willingness to be vulnerable about what matters to you, knowing that not everyone will share your vision or values. This vulnerability creates the possibility for genuine connection, but it also opens you to criticism and rejection. The leaders who inspire lasting change accept this risk, understanding that clarity of purpose attracts the right people while naturally filtering out those who aren't aligned. As you contemplate this framework, two insights emerge with particular clarity. First, that purpose is not a luxury reserved for grand gestures and major life decisions, but a practical necessity for sustainable motivation and meaningful connection in any context. Second, that starting with why is ultimately about service, using your unique clarity and passion to help others understand themselves and their possibilities more deeply. These realizations lead to a question that deserves your continued contemplation. In what areas of your life might you be leading with what or how, when beginning with why could transform both your own engagement and others' responses? The evening settles around you like a gentle reminder that tomorrow offers new opportunities for purpose-driven action. You rest knowing that clarity of intention, honestly expressed and consistently lived, remains one of the most powerful forces for positive change in an often chaotic world. The why that guides you forward may evolve, but its presence provides an anchor of meaning in the flowing current of daily life. The War of Art. Stephen Pressfield. Imagine sitting down at your desk, a blank page before you, your fingers poised above the keyboard. You know exactly what you want to create. Perhaps it's a novel that has been whispering in your mind for months, or a painting that calls to you in quiet moments. Yet as you prepare to begin, something invisible but unmistakably real rises up to meet you. It whispers that you're not ready, that you should check your email first, that maybe tomorrow would be better. This force has no name in common parlance, but it governs more creative dreams than perhaps any external obstacle ever could. What is this shadow that stands between you and the work your soul longs to create? Stephen Pressfield calls this invisible adversary resistance, and in doing so, he gives form to something every creative person has felt, but few have clearly identified. Resistance, according to Pressfield, is not mere procrastination or laziness. It is an active, intelligent force that grows stronger the closer you come to work that truly matters to your authentic self. It is the voice that tells the writer not to write, the artist not to paint, the entrepreneur not to launch. Yet understanding resistance, Pressfield suggests, is not merely about unlocking creative potential. It's about understanding the very nature of what it means to live with purpose in a world that often seems designed to pull us away from our deepest calling. In our age of infinite distractions and constant connectivity, how do we recognize and overcome the forces that keep us from becoming who we're meant to be? The most startling aspect of resistance is its intelligence. You begin to notice, once you're attuned to its presence, how precisely it targets what matters most. Resistance rarely interferes with busywork or tasks that keep you spinning in comfortable circles. It saves its ammunition for the projects that would fundamentally change you, the creative endeavors that would require you to grow into a larger version of yourself. This selective targeting reveals something profound about the nature of meaningful work. It inherently involves a kind of death and rebirth, a shedding of who you were to become, who you might be. Pressfield's insight illuminates why starting is often the hardest part of any creative endeavor. Resistance knows that momentum is its enemy, that once you begin to move toward your authentic work, each step becomes slightly easier than the last. The blank page is resistance's strongest fortress, but the page with a single word written upon it has already begun to crumble those defenses. You realize that resistance feeds on the gap between intention and action, growing fat in the space where dreams remain safely theoretical. The concept of turning pro emerges as Pressfield's central strategy for combat. But this professionalism isn't about making money or achieving external recognition. It's about developing a sacred relationship with your practice. The professional shows up regardless of mood, inspiration, or circumstances. This idea challenges our romantic notions about creativity, suggesting that the artist waiting for the perfect moment or the ideal emotional state is actually serving resistance rather than art. When you examine what it truly means to turn pro, you discover it involves a fundamental shift in identity. The amateur approaches creative work as something that happens to them, inspiration strikes or it doesn't, the muse visits or remains absent. The professional understands that creativity is something they actively participate in through consistent, disciplined engagement. This doesn't diminish the mystery of the creative process. Instead, it creates the conditions in which mystery can unfold. Yet Pressfield warns against losing what he calls the amateur spirit in the pursuit of professionalism. The amateur loves the work for its own sake, approaching it with fresh eyes and genuine curiosity. This paradox, being simultaneously professional in your discipline and amateur in your wonder, points to a deeper truth about sustainable creativity. You must be serious enough to show up consistently, yet playful enough to remain open to surprise. This tension between discipline and openness reveals itself in the daily practice of creative work. You sit down to write or paint or compose with professional commitment, but you must also cultivate an amateur's willingness to fail, to discover, to be changed by what emerges. The professional creates the container, the amateur fills it with life. Without both elements, creative work either lacks consistency or gradually loses its vitality. In our contemporary world, where productivity culture often reduces creativity to mere output, Pressfield's framework offers a different path. The question isn't how to be more efficient at creative work, but how to develop a sustainable relationship with the forces, both internal and external, that shape our creative lives. When you scroll through social media instead of writing, when you reorganize your workspace for the third time this week instead of painting, you're not being lazy. You're engaging in an ancient battle between growth and stagnation. The modern landscape presents resistance with unprecedented tools. Digital devices offer infinite escape routes from difficult creative work, each notification a perfectly timed interruption when you approach something meaningful. Yet this same connectivity also reveals how universal the struggle truly is. The knowledge that every creative person throughout history has faced their own version of this invisible enemy can be oddly comforting. You're not uniquely flawed for struggling. You're participating in humanity's ongoing negotiation with its own potential. Perhaps most intriguingly, Pressfield suggests that resistance itself serves a purpose. It acts as a compass pointing toward work that truly matters. The intensity of your resistance to a particular project often correlates directly with how much that project would stretch you, how significantly it would contribute to your growth. This reframe transforms resistance from a purely negative force into a strange kind of guide, helping you identify which creative paths lead toward your most authentic self. The key insight that emerges from this exploration is beautifully paradoxical. The very thing that feels like it's stopping you might also be showing you the way. When you feel that familiar tightening in your chest, the thought of starting your novel, that voice telling you to clean the house instead of sitting down to compose, you're receiving intelligence about what matters most deeply to you. Resistance teaches you to distinguish between the work that would merely pass time and the work that would transform time into meaning. This understanding leads to a profound question that extends far beyond creative pursuits. In a world full of comfortable distractions and safe choices, how do you consistently move toward the growth that your soul craves but your ego fears? How do you build a life that honors both the discipline required for meaningful work and the wonder that makes such work worth pursuing? As you consider these questions, you might notice a different quality of attention settling over your thoughts. The battle with resistance isn't won through force or willpower alone, but through patient, persistent presence, showing up to the work with the regularity of breath, the faithfulness of seasons. Perhaps the greatest victory isn't the elimination of resistance, but learning to dance with it, to recognize its voice while choosing to listen instead to the quieter call of your deepest creative truth. In this dance, you discover that the obstacle itself becomes a strange kind of teacher, and the very force that seemed to oppose your creativity ultimately serves to refine and strengthen it into something worthy of the struggle. The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. Stephen R. Covey. Imagine you're standing before a mirror on an ordinary morning, preparing for another day that feels remarkably similar to yesterday. You brush your teeth with the same hand, follow the same route to work, respond to challenges with familiar patterns of thought. Yet somewhere beneath this comfortable routine, a question stirs. What if the very habits that feel automatic are quietly shaping not just your day, but the entire trajectory of your life? What if effectiveness isn't about working harder, but about examining the invisible architecture of how you move through the world? Stephen Covey's 7 Habits offer a blueprint for this examination, but they represent something far more profound than productivity tips or success strategies. They form a philosophy of human agency, a gentle yet radical proposition that you possess the power to consciously design your responses to life's circumstances. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, these habits whisper an ancient truth. While you cannot control what happens to you, you can cultivate mastery over what happens within you. This mastery, Covey suggests, becomes the foundation upon which all meaningful effectiveness rests. At the heart of this philosophy lies the first habit, being proactive. You discover here a profound distinction between reacting to life and responding to it. Picture yourself caught in an unexpected rainstorm without an umbrella. The reactive mind focuses on the injustice of getting wet, the inconvenience, the ruined plans. The proactive mind asks a different question entirely. Given this reality, what is my best response? This shift from victim to agent represents perhaps the most fundamental transformation possible in human consciousness. The proactive approach introduces you to two invisible circles that surround every aspect of your existence. Your circle of concern encompasses all the things that worry or interest you: the weather, other people's opinions, global events, past mistakes. Your circle of influence contains only those elements you can actually affect through your choices and actions. When you focus your energy on what you can control, something remarkable happens. Your circle of influence begins to expand. When you pour your attention into concerns beyond your control, it contracts. This becomes a daily practice of choosing where to invest your most precious resource, your attention itself. The second habit, beginning with the end in mind, invites you to become an architect of purpose before you become a builder of days. Consider the strange power of imagining your own memorial service, not morbidly, but as a clarifying lens. What would you want said about the life you lived? This exercise reveals the gap between your current trajectory and your deepest values, creating what Covey calls a personal mission statement. Like a lighthouse guiding ships through fog, this statement becomes your reference point for navigation when the immediate pressures of daily life threaten to pull you off course. This habit challenges a peculiar modern assumption that business equals progress, that filling time with activity creates meaning. Instead, you learn to distinguish between efficiency and effectiveness, between doing things right and doing the right things. Beginning with the end in mind means every action becomes a brushstroke in a larger painting whose composition you've consciously chosen. Without this vision, you risk becoming masterfully efficient at climbing a ladder that's leaning against the wrong wall. The third habit, putting first things first, transforms these insights into the practical art of living. Here you encounter the profound simplicity of the time management matrix, 4 quadrants that categorize every activity by its urgency and importance. Most people live trapped in quadrant I, constantly reacting to urgent crises, or escape to quadrant IV, seeking relief in activities that are neither urgent nor important. But effectiveness flourishes in quadrant II, activities that are important but not urgent. These quadrant II activities whisper rather than shout. They include relationship building, long-term planning, personal development, prevention, and preparation. When you consistently choose these over the tyranny of the urgent, something shifts in the very fabric of your life. Crises become less frequent because you've prepared for them. Relationships deepen because you've invested in them during calm moments. Your capabilities expand because you've dedicated time to growth when there was no external pressure to do so. Perhaps the most profound habits concern how you relate to others. The fourth habit, thinking win-win, challenges the scarcity mindset that assumes someone must lose for you to win. This isn't naive optimism, but a mature recognition that the most sustainable solutions often emerge when all parties feel valued and benefit. In a world increasingly divided into camps of winners and losers, this habit offers a radical alternative, the patient work of finding the third option that honors everyone's core needs. The fifth habit, seek first to understand, then to be understood, might be the closest thing to magic in human relationships. You practice empathic listening, temporarily setting aside your own need to be heard in service of truly understanding another person's perspective. This requires enormous emotional security because it means risking having your mind changed. Yet in this vulnerability lies unexpected power. People who feel genuinely understood become remarkably willing to understand you in return. These habits illuminate a striking paradox of modern life. We live in an era of unprecedented connectivity, yet many people feel profoundly isolated. We have access to infinite information, yet struggle with decision-making. We've automated countless tasks, yet feel overwhelmed by the pace of daily existence. Covey's principles suggest that our external technological progress hasn't been matched by internal development. The patient cultivation of character that allows us to navigate complexity with grace. Consider how the seventh habit, sharpening the saw, speaks directly to our current moment. In a culture that celebrates the hustle, that mistakes exhaustion for dedication, this habit whispers a countercultural truth. Renewal isn't selfish, it's essential. Just as a woodcutter who stops to sharpen his saw will ultimately cut more wood than one who saws frantically with a dull blade, the person who tends to their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being operates from a foundation of sustainable strength. This creates space for the sixth habit, synergy, to flourish. When you're operating from a renewed foundation, when you've practiced proactive thinking and empathic listening, you become capable of true collaboration. Synergy isn't compromise, where each party gives up something to reach an accommodation. It's creative cooperation, where the solution that emerges is genuinely better than anything any individual could have conceived alone. It's the closest thing humans experience to magic, the whole becoming greater than the sum of its parts. The key insight weaving through all seven habits is this: effectiveness isn't about techniques or systems, but about character. In a world obsessed with shortcuts and life hacks, these habits demand something more challenging and more rewarding. The slow, steady work of becoming the kind of person who naturally acts in ways aligned with their deepest values. They suggest that who you are speaks louder than what you do, and that sustainable change works from the inside out. A lingering question emerges as you consider these principles. In an age where external circumstances change rapidly and unpredictably, how do you balance the discipline these habits require with the flexibility that modern life demands? How do you remain anchored in character-based principles while staying responsive to a world in constant flux? Perhaps the answer lies not in perfect implementation, but in gentle, persistent practice. These habits become less like rigid rules and more like a compass, not telling you exactly where to step, but ensuring you're always moving in a direction aligned with your truest self. As you settle into rest, you might notice that effectiveness isn't really about achieving more, but about becoming more fully who you're meant to be, one conscious choice at a time. In this light, even sleep becomes an act of effectiveness, a deliberate choice to renew yourself for tomorrow's opportunities to practice wisdom, courage, and love. The Art of Happiness, Dalai Lama and Howard Cutler. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a vast garden, where some paths lead to flowers that bloom brilliantly but wither by sunset, while others wind toward trees that bear fruit season after season. You notice how some visitors rush toward the brightest, most immediate blooms, filling their arms with petals that crumble before they reach the garden's gate. Others move more slowly, tending to the deeper roots, cultivating something that will nourish them long after they leave this place. As you observe this scene, a question begins to form in your mind. What distinguishes the happiness that fades with the morning dew from the contentment that grows stronger with each passing season? This question lies at the heart of one of the most profound collaborations between Eastern wisdom and Western psychology. When the Dalai Lama and psychiatrist Howard Cutler joined their perspectives, they illuminated something remarkable about the nature of human happiness. Their exploration reveals that the art of happiness is not about chasing fleeting pleasures or avoiding all discomfort, but about cultivating a deeper understanding of what truly nourishes the human spirit. In our age of instant gratification and endless comparison, their insights offer a different lens through which to examine what it means to live well. You begin to discover that happiness, according to their exploration, operates on two distinct levels. The first is the immediate, sensory happiness that comes from external circumstances, a promotion, a perfect meal, the warmth of sunshine on your skin. This happiness is real and valuable, but it possesses the fragile quality of morning frost. The second level runs deeper, like an underground spring that continues flowing even when the surface streams run dry. This is the happiness that emerges from inner development, from the cultivation of qualities like compassion, patience, and wisdom. What makes this distinction so compelling is how it challenges the modern narrative of happiness. You live in a world that constantly suggests happiness can be purchased, achieved, or obtained through changing your external circumstances. Yet the deeper investigation reveals something different, that the most profound contentment often emerges not from getting what you want, but from understanding the very nature of wanting itself. This shift in perspective transforms happiness from a destination you frantically pursue into a way of traveling through life itself. The exploration of compassion reveals perhaps the most surprising insight about human happiness. You might expect that focusing on your own needs and desires would be the most direct path to fulfillment. Instead, the cultivation of genuine concern for others creates a paradoxical effect. The more you extend warmth and understanding outward, the more you discover flowing back toward you. This isn't a transaction or a strategy for personal gain, but rather a recognition that your well-being is intimately connected to the well-being of those around you. Consider how this plays out in your daily interactions. When you approach someone with genuine curiosity about their experience, when you listen not just to respond, but to understand, something shifts in the quality of that moment. The boundaries between your happiness and theirs become less rigid, less defended. You begin to experience what the Dalai Lama describes as a kind of inner warmth that doesn't depend on whether others return your kindness in equal measure. This warmth becomes particularly powerful when you encounter suffering, both your own and that of others. Rather than turning away from difficulty or trying to eliminate it through force of will, you learn to approach suffering with a different quality of attention. The transformation doesn't come from making the suffering disappear, but from changing your relationship to it. You begin to see that pain and difficulty, while never welcome, can become teachers that develop your capacity for resilience, empathy, and wisdom. The art lies in learning to distinguish between pain and the stories you tell yourself about pain. A physical injury hurts, but the narrative that this injury means your life is ruined adds layers of psychological suffering that compound the original difficulty. When you practice observing these stories with gentle skepticism, you discover a space between what happens and how you interpret what happens. In this space, you find a kind of freedom that external circumstances cannot touch. This understanding becomes particularly relevant as you navigate the complexities of modern life. You live in an era of unprecedented connectivity, yet rates of anxiety and depression continue to climb. You have access to more information, entertainment, and material comfort than any generation before you, yet the sense of deep fulfillment often feels elusive. The principles explored in this collaboration suggest that this paradox isn't accidental, but rather points to a fundamental misunderstanding about where happiness actually resides. The constant stimulation of modern life can trap you in what might be called the hedonic hamster wheel, where each pleasure requires a slightly more intense successor to achieve the same satisfaction. Social media amplifies this by providing endless opportunities to compare your inner experience with others' carefully curated external presentations. In this environment, the practice of cultivating inner contentment becomes not just beneficial, but essential for psychological survival. Yet the question emerges: how do you develop this inner stability without becoming disconnected from the world around you? The answer lies in understanding that true happiness doesn't require you to become indifferent to external circumstances, but rather to engage with them from a place of greater inner security. When your sense of well-being isn't completely dependent on things going your way, you can actually engage more fully with both the joys and sorrows that life presents. This engagement takes on new dimensions when you consider the global challenges of our time. Climate change, political polarization, economic uncertainty, and social inequality can feel overwhelming when approached from a mindset that sees happiness as the absence of problems. But when you cultivate the kind of inner resilience described in this exploration, you can face these challenges with both clear-eyed recognition of their seriousness and a kind of determined hope that doesn't depend on guaranteed outcomes. The cultivation process itself requires patience and consistency, much like tending a garden. You cannot force a seed to grow faster by pulling on its shoots, nor can you develop emotional resilience by demanding immediate results from yourself. The practices of mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom mature slowly, often imperceptibly, until one day you notice that your reactions to stress have shifted, that your capacity for joy has expanded, that your relationships have deepened in ways you couldn't have planned or predicted. What emerges from this patient cultivation is not a state of perpetual bliss, but something more valuable, a kind of unshakable okayness that persists through both pleasant and unpleasant experiences. This okayness doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent, but rather that you can engage with life's challenges from a place of fundamental stability rather than desperate need. As you integrate these insights, two key realizations become clear. First, that happiness is not a commodity to be acquired, but a skill to be developed, requiring the same patience and practice you would bring to learning music or mastering a craft. Second, that the development of this skill benefits not only you, but everyone whose life intersects with yours, creating ripples of well-being that extend far beyond your individual experience. This leaves you with a question worth carrying into your quiet moments. If happiness is indeed a skill rather than a circumstance, what would it mean to approach your daily life as a practice ground for developing this capacity? How might your relationships, your work, even your most mundane activities, become opportunities to cultivate the kind of inner wealth that no external force can diminish? As you settle into the rhythm of your breathing, you can sense the possibility that the happiness you seek is not waiting for you at the end of some future achievement, but is quietly available in this very moment, in the simple fact of your awareness itself. Perhaps the art of happiness is nothing more and nothing less than learning to recognize the profound ordinariness of this ongoing miracle of conscious experience. The Prophet by Khalil Gibran. You arrive at a harbor just as twilight settles over the water, watching a ship prepare for departure. Around you, a small crowd has gathered to bid farewell to someone they clearly cherish, a teacher, perhaps, or a guide who has walked among them for years. Their faces carry that particular mixture of gratitude and sorrow that comes when wisdom must take its leave. As you observe this scene, you find yourself wondering, what truths could be so profound that an entire community would gather to hear them one final time before they sail away into memory? This is the setting Khalil Gibran creates in The Prophet, where a wise man named Al-Mustafa shares his deepest insights about love, children, giving, and the human condition before departing the city of Orphalese. Written as a collection of poetic teachings, the work presents timeless wisdom through the voice of someone who has observed life with extraordinary clarity. What makes these teachings so enduring is not merely their beautiful language, but their ability to illuminate the contradictions and complexities that define our most essential experiences. In an age when we often seek simple answers to complex questions, Gibran's Prophet offers something more valuable: the courage to embrace the beautiful contradictions of being human. Consider first his teaching on love, where Al-Mustafa reveals love's dual nature with startling honesty. He speaks of love as a force that both crowns and crucifies, that grows and prunes with equal intensity. You might recognize this truth in your own experience, how the same relationship that fills you with joy can also expose your deepest vulnerabilities. Gibran doesn't present this as a flaw to be corrected, but as love's essential nature. The Prophet suggests that trying to have love's gifts without its challenges is like wanting the warmth of fire without accepting that it also burns. This understanding transforms how you might approach relationships. Rather than seeking love that protects you from all discomfort, you begin to see that meaningful connection requires a willingness to be changed by it. The Prophet's wisdom suggests that when you love someone, truly love them, you allow them to touch the parts of yourself that need growth, even when that growth feels uncomfortable. Love becomes not a safe harbor, but a courageous voyage into deeper versions of yourself. Equally profound is Al-Mustafa's teaching about children, which challenges fundamental assumptions about ownership and control in relationships. He declares that children are not possessions of their parents, but arrows shot forth by life itself, seeking their own targets. This metaphor illuminates a beautiful paradox. The more skillfully you aim, the more completely you must let go. Your role becomes not to determine where the arrow lands, but to ensure it flies true and far. This wisdom extends beyond literal parenting into any relationship where you hold responsibility for another's growth. You might be a teacher, mentor, manager, or friend, and in each case, the prophet's insight applies. The deepest care involves preparing others to travel paths you cannot walk with them. It requires the profound humility of accepting that your influence has limits, and that honoring someone's potential sometimes means stepping back to let them discover it. In our culture of helicopter parenting and micromanagement, this teaching feels both radical and necessary. You're invited to consider how often you confuse control with care, or mistake your own anxiety for genuine concern about another's well-being. The prophet's arrow metaphor suggests that true guidance involves helping others develop their own aim rather than insisting they target what you would choose for them. The teaching on giving reveals another essential paradox. Al-Mustafa distinguishes between giving from your surplus and giving from yourself, between transactions and transformations. When you give only what you can easily spare, you remain unchanged by the act. But when you give something that matters to you, something that costs you, both you and the receiver are altered by the exchange. The prophet suggests that this costliness is not a burden to be minimized, but the very source of giving's power to create connection. This insight becomes particularly relevant in our modern context of convenient charity and digital donations. You can contribute to causes without ever encountering the people you're helping, transfer money without feeling the weight of sacrifice. While such giving certainly serves important purposes, the prophet's teaching invites you to consider what might be lost when generosity becomes too easy. Perhaps the discomfort of meaningful giving is not a design flaw, but a feature, the mechanism by which the act changes you as much as it helps others. You begin to see how Gibran's teachings consistently point toward the same fundamental truth, that growth and discomfort are not opposing forces, but partners in the dance of becoming more fully human. The prophet doesn't offer wisdom designed to make life easier, but insights that help you navigate its inherent difficulties with greater grace and understanding. These teachings feel especially urgent in our current moment, when we're often encouraged to optimize away life's challenges rather than learn from them. We have apps to minimize discomfort, strategies to avoid difficult conversations, and systems designed to give us what we want without requiring us to grapple with what we need. Yet Gibran's prophet suggests that this very discomfort, in love, in letting go, in meaningful sacrifice, is where wisdom is born. The key takeaways from Al-Mustafa's teachings are both simple and revolutionary. First, that the difficulties inherent in love, parenting, and giving are not problems to be solved, but mysteries to be lived. And second, that your willingness to be changed by these experiences is often more valuable than your ability to control their outcomes. These insights invite you to approach relationships not as projects to be managed, but as opportunities for mutual transformation. As you consider these teachings, you might ask yourself, in what areas of your life are you trying to experience growth without discomfort, or love without vulnerability, or influence without the courage to let go? How might embracing the prophet's wisdom about life's beautiful contradictions change the way you show up in your most important relationships? Like that ship departing the harbor at twilight, profound wisdom often comes to us briefly before sailing away into the vast ocean of memory. Yet something essential remains, not just the specific insights, but the deeper recognition that life's most important truths often reveal themselves in paradox. You carry forward not just answers, but a new comfort with the questions that matter most, and perhaps that is the greatest teaching of all. Awaken the Giant Within by Tony Robbins. You're standing at the edge of sleep, your mind drifting between the day's accumulated decisions and tomorrow's uncertain possibilities. Each choice you made today, from the moment you opened your eyes to this very instant of settling into rest, has somehow shaped the trajectory of your existence. The coffee you chose over tea, the conversation you initiated rather than avoided, the extra moment you spent listening to a friend. These decisions, seemingly small and automatic, form an invisible architecture around your life. But what if the power contained within your daily choices extends far beyond what you've ever imagined? At the heart of Tony Robbins' exploration lies a profound recognition that human transformation begins not with grand gestures or external circumstances, but with the awakening of conscious decision-making. This awakening represents more than simple choice selection. It embodies the recognition that between every stimulus and response exists a space where your authentic power resides. Within this space, Robbins suggests, lies the sleeping giant of your potential, waiting to be roused by intentional awareness. The question that emerges from this understanding cuts to the core of modern existence. In an age of endless distractions and automated responses, how do you reclaim the deliberate life that conscious decision-making offers? The distinction Robbins draws between should and must reveals something essential about human motivation and change. When you operate from should, your actions carry the weight of external expectation, societal pressure, or half-hearted obligation. The energy feels borrowed, temporary, easily abandoned when obstacles arise. But when something becomes a must, it transforms into an internal imperative that draws from your deepest values and authentic desires. This shift from external compliance to internal commitment represents a fundamental awakening of personal power. Consider how this distinction plays out in your own life. The goals you've abandoned likely lived in the realm of should, while the changes you've sustained emerged from the territory of must. When maintaining your health becomes not something you should do, but something you must do for the sake of those you love, the quality of your actions transforms. When developing your skills shifts from external pressure to internal calling, your relationship with effort and persistence fundamentally changes. This awakening to your authentic motivations becomes the foundation upon which lasting transformation builds. The practice of state management that Robbins emphasizes offers a particularly relevant insight for contemporary life. Your emotional state acts as both the lens through which you perceive possibilities and the energy source from which you draw action. When you understand that your state is not something that happens to you, but something you can consciously influence, you begin to reclaim agency over your daily experience. This recognition feels especially profound in our current era of emotional overwhelm and reactive living. The techniques of state management extend beyond simple mood regulation toward a deeper understanding of how your physiology, focus, and language patterns create your lived reality. When you deliberately adjust your posture, consciously direct your attention, or carefully choose your internal dialogue, you're not merely managing symptoms, but actively crafting the internal environment from which your decisions emerge. This practice transforms you from a victim of circumstance into an architect of experience, able to access your most resourceful states when they're needed most. The exploration of values that Robbins emphasizes reveals another layer of conscious awakening. Your values function as an internal compass, but only when you've taken the time to identify and prioritize them clearly. Without this clarity, you drift through life making decisions based on momentary impulses, social pressures, or inherited expectations that may not align with your authentic self. The process of awakening your values involves honest self-examination and the courage to acknowledge what truly matters to you, even when it challenges conventional expectations. This values-based living becomes particularly challenging in our modern context, where external validation often overshadows internal alignment. Social media metrics, professional achievements, and material accumulation can easily mask a deeper disconnection from authentic values. The awakening Robbins describes involves the recognition that sustainable fulfillment emerges not from external validation, but from the alignment between your daily actions and your deepest values. This alignment creates an internal coherence that generates both peace and power. The transformation from unconscious reaction to conscious response represents perhaps the most profound awakening available to human beings. In our hyperconnected, fast-paced world, the default mode often involves automatic responses to endless stimuli. You react to notifications, respond to demands, and navigate through days without pausing to consider whether your actions align with your intentions. The giant within remains asleep, operating on autopilot while life passes by unexamined. Yet within this challenge lies unprecedented opportunity. Never before have individuals possessed such access to information, tools, and techniques for conscious development. The question becomes not whether awakening is possible, but whether you're willing to prioritize the daily practices that make it sustainable. This awakening requires the consistent application of conscious choice-making, state management, and values alignment, even when easier alternatives present themselves. The vision creation process that Robbins emphasizes highlights the relationship between present awareness and future possibility. Your vision functions not as a distant fantasy, but as a present moment guide for decision-making. When you've clarified what you're moving toward, each daily choice becomes an opportunity to either align with or move away from that future. This creates a feedback loop where conscious decisions accumulate into meaningful transformation over time. Here's what emerges from this exploration. The giant within awakens not through dramatic revelation, but through the consistent practice of conscious living. Each moment you choose awareness over automaticity, each decision you make from authentic values rather than external pressure, each time you manage your state rather than being managed by it, you strengthen the muscle of intentional living. The transformation happens incrementally, building momentum through daily choices that compound over time. As you rest tonight, consider this question. What would become possible in your life if you approached tomorrow's decisions from a place of full awakening rather than comfortable unconsciousness? The giant within stirs not when conditions are perfect, but when you decide that conscious living has become not something you should pursue, but something you must embrace. Let this recognition settle gently into your awareness as sleep approaches. Your potential for conscious transformation doesn't require dramatic upheaval or perfect circumstances. It awaits your willingness to meet each choice, each moment, each opportunity with the full presence of your awakened attention. In this simple shift from reactive to responsive living, the giant within finds its voice. Outliers, the story of success. Malcolm Gladwell. You're standing at the edge of a vast field, watching as the morning mist reveals the landscape before you. In the distance, a single tree towers above all others, its branches reaching impossibly high into the sky. You might wonder what makes this one tree so extraordinary, so different from the thousands of others that surround it. Is it simply superior by nature, blessed with better genetics, more resilient wood? Or could there be something else at play, something hidden beneath the surface that tells a different story entirely? This towering tree becomes a doorway into one of the most compelling questions of our time. What truly creates exceptional success? Malcolm Gladwell's exploration of outliers, those remarkable individuals who stand far above the ordinary, reveals a truth that challenges everything we've been taught to believe about achievement and excellence. Rather than celebrating the myth of the self-made genius, Gladwell invites you into a deeper understanding of success, one that acknowledges the invisible forces, the hidden advantages, and the cultural currents that lift certain individuals to extraordinary heights. In our age of increasing inequality and social mobility concerns, this perspective offers both unsettling revelations and profound hope for how we might reshape the very foundations of opportunity. The story begins with what appears to be a simple rule, yet carries within it layers of complexity that reshape how you might view mastery itself. Gladwell introduces the 10,000-hour principle, the idea that true expertise requires roughly 10,000 hours of deliberate practice. On the surface, this seems to celebrate hard work and dedication, the comforting notion that anyone willing to put in the time can achieve greatness. You might feel inspired by tales of the Beatles grinding through 8-hour sets in Hamburg's dingy clubs, or Bill Gates spending countless nights programming in his high school's computer lab. But as you look deeper, a more nuanced truth emerges. The 10,000-hour rule isn't just about individual determination, it's about access. Bill Gates didn't just happen to love computers. He attended one of the only high schools in America that had a computer terminal in 1968. The Beatles didn't just decide to practice more than other bands. They were invited to Hamburg, given a unique opportunity to perform for hours each night in a way that bands in Liverpool or London simply couldn't. You begin to see that behind every story of dedicated practice lies a story of opportunity, of doors that opened at precisely the right moment for precisely the right people. This recognition leads you into the more unsettling territory of what Gladwell calls a cumulative advantage. Picture a small snowball rolling down a hillside, gathering mass and momentum with each revolution. Early advantages, no matter how seemingly minor, compound over time into massive disparities. You discover this in the birth date patterns of Canadian hockey players. Those born in January, February, and March dominate professional rosters, not because winter births produce better athletes, but because youth hockey leagues use January 1st as their cutoff date. The oldest players in each age group receive more attention, better coaching, more opportunities to develop their skills, creating a cascade of advantages that follows them throughout their careers. You might pause here to consider your own life. The small advantages or disadvantages that seemed insignificant at the time, but may have shaped your entire trajectory. That extra encouragement from a teacher, the family computer that sparked your interest in technology, or conversely, the lack of resources that closed certain doors before you even knew they existed. The accumulative advantage reveals itself as both deeply unfair and utterly pervasive, a hidden architecture that shapes outcomes in ways we rarely acknowledge or examine. But perhaps the most profound insights emerge when you explore how culture itself becomes a kind of inheritance, passed down through generations like genetic material. Gladwell takes you into the cockpits of Korean air flights, where cultural patterns of deference to authority contributed to a series of tragic crashes. The traditional Korean concept of hierarchical respect, beautiful and functional in many contexts, became dangerous when co-pilots felt unable to directly challenge captains making critical errors. You see how cultural legacies, the attitudes, assumptions, and communication styles inherited from previous generations, can create both extraordinary advantages and devastating blind spots. This cultural inheritance extends beyond dramatic examples into the everyday texture of success and failure. You encounter the concept of concerted cultivation, the way middle-class parents actively orchestrate their children's development through organized activities, educational enrichment, and direct advocacy. These children learn to navigate institutional systems, to speak confidently with adults in positions of authority, to see themselves as entitled to attention and resources. Meanwhile, children raised with what researchers call natural growth develop differently, often with stronger family bonds and more independence, but without the institutional confidence that opens doors in academic and professional settings. You might find yourself questioning whether these different approaches represent better or worse parenting, or simply different cultural strategies adapted to different circumstances. The rice paddies of southern China required meticulous attention to detail and collaborative effort across generations, creating cultural values that translated into mathematical excellence when Chinese immigrants brought these patterns to new countries. The pastoral traditions of Scottish Highlanders emphasized honor and immediate response to insult, creating cultural legacies that contributed to higher rates of violence in certain American regions centuries later. Culture becomes neither good nor bad, but rather a complex inheritance that creates capabilities and constraints in equal measure. As you move deeper into these revelations, you encounter a fundamental challenge to one of modern society's most cherished beliefs, the myth of meritocracy. If success depends so heavily on cultural inheritance, family resources, and random advantages like birth timing, then what does this mean for our systems of education, hiring, and advancement? You might feel the ground shifting beneath conventional notions of fairness and achievement. The student who scores higher on standardized tests may have had access to test preparation, educational support, and cultural capital that other students lacked entirely. The entrepreneur who builds a successful company may have benefited from family connections, educational opportunities, and cultural patterns that made risk-taking feel safe rather than dangerous. Yet rather than descending into cynicism or fatalism, this understanding opens space for more intentional and effective approaches to creating opportunity. When Korean Air recognized the cultural patterns contributing to their safety problems, they didn't abandon their cultural heritage. They systematically trained pilots to communicate more directly in cockpit situations while preserving cultural values in other contexts. When educators understand how cultural capital affects student performance, they can design programs that explicitly teach institutional navigation skills rather than assuming all students arrive with this knowledge. You begin to see how this perspective might reshape your approach to both personal goals and social responsibility. If individual success depends so heavily on collective factors, cultural inheritance, educational access, family resources, social networks, then creating more outliers requires more than encouraging individual effort. It requires examining and improving the systems that distribute opportunities, the cultural patterns that open or close possibilities, the institutional structures that amplify or diminish advantage. The key insight that emerges from this exploration isn't that individual effort doesn't matter, but that it never exists in isolation. The most dedicated practice requires access to practice opportunities. The most brilliant innovations require cultural and educational foundations. The most heroic individual achievements rest upon collaborative human investments spanning generations. You're invited to hold both truths simultaneously. Personal agency remains crucial and meaningful, and it always operates within larger systems that shape its possibilities and outcomes. This understanding leaves you with a question that extends far beyond academic curiosity into the heart of how you choose to live and contribute. If your own success, whatever form it takes, has been shaped by advantages and opportunities you didn't create, how might this recognition influence the way you use whatever privilege or platform you've gained? In a world where we now understand more clearly how outliers emerge, what responsibility do you have to expand the conditions that create exceptional achievement for others? Perhaps the most beautiful aspect of this recognition is how it transforms both humility and hope. You can feel grateful for the advantages you've received without minimizing your own efforts, and you can work toward creating opportunities for others without falling into the trap of believing that individual merit alone determines outcomes. The exceptional tree in that misty field draws its strength not just from its own roots, but from the soil, the rainfall, the protection of the forest around it, and countless other factors that remain largely invisible until you choose to look more carefully. In recognizing these hidden foundations, you discover not the diminishment of human achievement, but its true collaborative magnificence. The road less traveled. Scott Peck. You're standing at the edge of a familiar crossroads, one you've encountered countless times before. To your left stretches a wide, well-worn path where others move with apparent ease and certainty. To your right winds a narrower trail, less traveled, disappearing into uncertainty around a bend you cannot see beyond. In this moment of choice, you feel the weight of an ancient tension, the pull between what feels comfortable and what calls to something deeper within you. Which path truly leads to the life you're meant to live? In his groundbreaking work, psychiatrist Scott Peck introduces us to a radical proposition about human growth and fulfillment. He suggests that the journey toward genuine spiritual and psychological maturity requires us to consistently choose the more difficult path, the one that demands discipline, authentic love, and the courage to face uncomfortable truths about ourselves. This isn't merely about making hard choices occasionally, but about fundamentally reorienting how you approach life itself. In our age of instant gratification and surface-level connections, Peck's insights challenge you to consider whether the shortcuts you take might actually be leading you away from the very fulfillment you seek. At the heart of Peck's philosophy lies a concept that might surprise you: Discipline as a spiritual practice. You might initially think of discipline as rigid self-control or punishment, but Peck reveals it as something far more profound. He describes discipline as delaying gratification, accepting responsibility, dedicating yourself to truth, and maintaining balance. These aren't merely behavioral modifications, but acts of reverence toward your own potential for growth. Consider the first element, delaying gratification. In a world designed to give you everything instantly, from entertainment to answers to emotional comfort, the ability to wait becomes almost revolutionary. When you choose to save money rather than spend impulsively, or when you sit with difficult emotions rather than immediately seeking distraction, you're not just practicing self-control. You're cultivating a deeper relationship with time itself, learning to trust that some of life's most meaningful rewards unfold slowly, like flowers that bloom only after a long winter. Peck's understanding of love challenges perhaps every romantic notion you've encountered. He defines love not as a feeling that overwhelms you, but as the will to extend one's self for the purpose of nurturing one's own or another's spiritual growth. This definition transforms love from something that happens to you into something you actively choose to create. You begin to see that the butterflies and passion of early romance, while beautiful, represent only love's beginning notes, not its full symphony. This perspective invites you to examine your relationships through an entirely different lens. Instead of asking whether someone makes you feel good, you might ask whether your connection fosters genuine growth in both of you. Instead of seeking someone who completes you, you might seek someone with whom you can practice the ongoing work of extension, understanding, and mutual development. This kind of love requires tremendous courage because it asks you to remain present not only during the easy moments of harmony, but especially during the challenging times when growth feels difficult or uncertain. When you embrace this understanding of love, your relationships become laboratories for spiritual development. The irritating habits of those close to you transform from sources of frustration into opportunities to practice patience and understanding. The moments when you must choose between your immediate desires and your partner's growth become sacred spaces where you can exercise the muscle of selfless extension. Perhaps most mysteriously, Peck introduces the concept of grace, which he describes as a force beyond human effort that somehow aids in personal transformation. You might find this idea challenging, especially if you prefer to believe that you can control your own development through willpower alone. Grace suggests that some of the most profound changes in your life arrive as gifts, as unexpected openings that you couldn't have created through effort alone. You might recognize grace in those moments when clarity suddenly emerges from confusion, when forgiveness flows naturally after years of resentment, or when you find strength you didn't know you possessed during times of crisis. Grace doesn't diminish the importance of your effort and discipline. Rather, it suggests that your sincere efforts create conditions in which surprising transformations become possible. It's as if your dedication to growth opens doorways that you couldn't even see before. In our contemporary world, where self-optimization and life-hacking promise quick fixes for complex human challenges, Peck's insights feel both ancient and urgently relevant. You live in a time when difficulty is often seen as a problem to be solved rather than a teacher to be embraced. Social media offers curated glimpses of others' seemingly effortless happiness, while productivity culture suggests that the right system or mindset hack will unlock your potential without real sacrifice or patience. Yet Peck's wisdom suggests a different possibility, that the very difficulties you try to avoid might contain the seeds of your deepest fulfillment. When you choose the harder conversation, the more challenging growth opportunity, or the path that requires genuine change rather than surface-level adjustment, you align yourself with forces that can transform not just your circumstances, but your fundamental capacity for wisdom and love. This raises profound questions about how you structure your days and years. In a culture that celebrates convenience and ease, what would it mean to regularly choose the less traveled path? How might your relationships deepen if you approached them as opportunities for mutual spiritual growth, rather than sources of personal satisfaction? What kinds of discipline might serve not as harsh self-restriction, but as gentle practices that gradually expand your capacity for truth, patience, and authentic connection. The road less traveled isn't simply about making unconventional choices or rejecting popular opinions. It's about developing the sensitivity to recognize when growth is calling you toward something more demanding than your current comfort zone allows. It's about learning to sense the difference between the path that feels easy now but leads to stagnation, and the path that challenges you in ways that ultimately expand your capacity for wisdom and love. Two essential realizations emerge from this exploration. First, that genuine spiritual and psychological growth requires a fundamental reorientation toward difficulty, seeing it not as an obstacle to happiness, but as the very medium through which deep fulfillment develops. Second, that love in its truest form is not something that happens to you, but something you choose to practice, a will to extend yourself for the growth of others and yourself, even when such extension feels costly or uncertain. This leaves you with a question that might quietly accompany you long after these words fade. In the choices you face tomorrow, the relationships you're building, and the person you're becoming, how will you recognize the invitations to take the road less traveled, and what will give you the courage to accept them? As you settle into stillness, allow yourself to rest in the gentle recognition that growth and comfort rarely travel the same road. The path toward your truest self wins through territories that require all of your courage, discipline, and capacity for love. But it's precisely this challenging journey that transforms you into someone capable of wisdom, authentic connection, and deep peace. In choosing difficulty when it serves growth, you choose not suffering for its own sake, but the slow, patient work of becoming fully alive. Daring greatly. How the courage to be vulnerable transforms the way we live, love, parent, and lead by Brené Brown. You're standing at the edge of a conversation that could change everything. The words hover just behind your teeth, honest and raw, waiting to be spoken. Your heart pounds not from fear of physical danger, but from something far more terrifying, the possibility of being truly seen. In this moment, you face a choice that defines the very architecture of human connection. Do you retreat behind the familiar walls of protection, or do you step forward into the uncertain territory of vulnerability? What feels like weakness in that suspended moment might actually be the most courageous act available to you. Brené Brown's exploration of vulnerability reveals a profound paradox that challenges everything we've been taught about strength and safety. She suggests that the very thing we spend our lives avoiding, emotional exposure without guarantee of outcome, is precisely what transforms our relationships, our leadership, and our capacity for authentic living. In a world that often prizes invulnerability and certainty, how do we reconcile this ancient wisdom with the modern demand for appearing strong and unshakable? This tension between protection and connection runs deeper than personal preference. You were likely taught, through countless small interactions and cultural messages, that vulnerability equals danger. The child who cried was told to be strong. The leader who admitted uncertainty was seen as weak. The parent who showed imperfection was judged as failing. These lessons, absorbed like water into soil, create what Brown calls our armor against vulnerability. Yet this armor, designed to protect, often becomes the very barrier that prevents us from experiencing the richness of human connection. Consider how this protection manifests in your daily life. You might find yourself crafting responses that hide uncertainty, even when admitting you don't know would be more honest and helpful. You might withhold affection until you're certain it will be reciprocated, missing opportunities for authentic intimacy. The armor takes many forms: perfectionism that demands flawless performance, numbing behaviors that dull both pain and joy, or cynicism that dismisses hope before it can lead to disappointment. Each protective strategy serves its purpose, yet each also creates distance from the very experiences that make life meaningful. The courage to shed this armor requires understanding what Brown calls wholehearted living. This isn't about reckless emotional exposure or naive optimism about human nature. Instead, it's a deliberate practice of showing up as you are, not as you think you should be. Wholehearted living recognizes that uncertainty, risk, and emotional exposure are not obstacles to overcome, but essential ingredients of a life fully lived. When you choose vulnerability, you choose to value connection over comfort, authenticity over approval. This choice reverberates through every aspect of human experience. In relationships, vulnerability becomes the gateway to intimacy that transcends surface-level interaction. When you share your genuine struggles rather than curated successes, you invite others to do the same. The conversation shifts from performance to presence, from proving worth to simply being worthy of connection. Yet this transformation requires both people to embrace the discomfort of being seen without masks, a mutual courage that cannot be forced or faked. In our contemporary world, the stakes of this choice feel particularly high. Social media creates unprecedented opportunities for both connection and performance, often blurring the lines between authentic sharing and strategic presentation. You might find yourself crafting online personas that highlight strength while hiding struggle, creating digital armor that promises connection while actually preventing it. The algorithm rewards certainty and success, making vulnerability feel not just uncomfortable, but economically disadvantageous. The professional sphere presents its own complexities. Traditional leadership models often equate authority with invulnerability, suggesting that admitting mistakes or uncertainty undermines credibility. Yet Brown's research reveals that leaders who practice vulnerability create environments of psychological safety where innovation flourishes and trust deepens. When you witness a leader acknowledge their limitations and invite collaboration rather than demanding compliance, you experience a different model of strength. This vulnerability-based leadership doesn't abandon accountability. It enhances it by creating space for honest feedback and genuine growth. Perhaps nowhere is the tension more acute than in parenting, where the impulse to protect children from life's difficulties conflicts with the need to model resilience and authenticity. You might find yourself caught between wanting to appear as a steady, unshakable presence and recognizing that children learn as much from observing their parents navigate uncertainty as from receiving instruction. When parents practice wholehearted living, sharing appropriate struggles, and modeling self-compassion, they offer children permission to be human rather than perfect. The deeper question becomes, what would shift in your life if you treated vulnerability as a skill rather than a threat? This reframing transforms emotional exposure from something that happens to you into something you consciously choose. Like any skill, vulnerability can be practiced and refined. You can start small, sharing one genuine struggle with a trusted friend or admitting uncertainty in a low-stakes situation. Each practice builds what Brown calls shame resilience, the ability to experience discomfort without being derailed by it. This practice becomes particularly relevant as we navigate collective challenges that require both individual courage and communal vulnerability. Climate change, social inequality, and technological disruption all demand responses that acknowledge uncertainty while still taking action. The old model of leadership through projected invulnerability feels increasingly inadequate for problems that have no clear solutions and require genuine collaboration across difference. The key insight emerging from this exploration is that vulnerability and strength are not opposites, but companions. When you practice emotional courage, you develop the capacity to stay present with discomfort, both your own and others. This presence becomes a gift in a world that often demands either false optimism or defensive cynicism. The second crucial takeaway is that wholehearted living is not a destination, but a daily practice of choosing authenticity over armor, even when that choice feels risky. As you consider these ideas, one question lingers with particular urgency. In what areas of your life are you currently choosing the safety of armor over the possibility of genuine connection? And what small step toward vulnerability might you take tomorrow? The night settles around these questions like a gentle embrace, not demanding immediate answers, but inviting continued reflection. Perhaps the greatest courage lies not in having perfect clarity about vulnerability's outcomes, but in trusting that the act of showing up authentically, whatever the response, is itself a complete and worthy endeavor. In this trust, you find not weakness, but the renewable strength that comes from living in alignment with your deepest values rather than your deepest fears. The 48 laws of power. Imagine yourself standing in the marble corridors of an ancient palace, where whispered conversations carry the weight of kingdoms, and a single misstep can determine the fate of empires. The air is thick with unspoken alliances, hidden agendas, and carefully orchestrated performances. Each courtier moves with deliberate grace, their smiles masking calculations, their gestures concealing intentions. In this theater of influence, you begin to notice something profound. Power is not simply about strength or authority, but about understanding the invisible currents that flow between human hearts and minds. What if the very same dynamics that shaped the rise and fall of ancient dynasties are still at work today, quietly shaping every interaction you have, every relationship you navigate, every goal you pursue? Robert Greene's 48 Laws emerge from this timeless theater, distilling centuries of human ambition, manipulation, and strategy into a manual for navigating power. These laws are not mere historical curiosities, but living principles that pulse through modern boardrooms, political campaigns, and even intimate relationships. They reveal an uncomfortable truth, that influence and control operate according to patterns as predictable as the tides, and that understanding these patterns can mean the difference between mastery and victimhood. In our contemporary world, where traditional hierarchies blur and new forms of power emerge through technology and social influence, these ancient insights take on fresh urgency. How do we maintain our integrity while recognizing the games being played around us? The first law whispers a fundamental truth about human nature: never outshine the master. You observe this principle in action whenever you watch someone carefully modulate their brilliance in the presence of their superior. There's a delicate art to this deference, like a dancer who knows precisely when to step forward and when to fade into the background. The law suggests that threatening someone's sense of importance, even unintentionally, can transform allies into enemies. Consider the employee whose innovative ideas consistently overshadow their manager's contributions, or the student whose insights make their teacher feel inadequate. The tragic irony is that genuine talent and enthusiasm can become liabilities if not carefully managed. This law illuminates a deeper psychological reality: that human beings desperately need to feel significant, and that perceived threats to this significance can trigger surprisingly intense defensive reactions. You begin to see how this plays out in modern contexts where merit alone doesn't guarantee success. Social media influencers understand this intuitively, carefully calibrating their content to inspire rather than intimidate their audiences. The most successful collaborators have learned to make others feel elevated by their presence rather than diminished by it. Another principle that resonates through the ages is the art of concealing your intentions. You might think of this as the difference between playing poker with your cards face up versus face down. When your true goals remain hidden, you maintain the element of surprise and prevent others from organizing opposition against you. This isn't necessarily about deception, but about strategic timing and selective revelation. The entrepreneur who keeps their revolutionary business plan confidential until the right moment, or the negotiator who doesn't reveal their walkaway price too early, understands this principle instinctively. Yet this law raises profound questions about authenticity and trust in our increasingly transparent world. Social media encourages constant sharing, and corporate culture often emphasizes openness and collaboration. How do you balance strategic discretion with genuine connection? Perhaps the answer lies in understanding that concealing intentions doesn't mean concealing your character, but rather protecting your vulnerabilities until you're in a position of strength. The parent who doesn't share their financial worries with young children, or the leader who maintains confidence publicly while privately working through doubts, demonstrates this nuanced application. The law of dependency reveals another uncomfortable truth about human relationships: that being indispensable can be a form of security. When others rely on your unique skills, knowledge, or resources, you create a web of mutual interest that protects your position. The IT specialist who becomes the only person who truly understands the company's critical systems, or the friend who consistently provides emotional support during crises, demonstrates how dependency can flow both ways. But this principle walks a fine line between mutual benefit and manipulation. In our interconnected world, this law takes on new dimensions. The platforms that host our digital lives have made billions of users dependent on their services, while we've become dependent on the convenience and connection they provide. You begin to wonder, are we creating healthy interdependencies that benefit everyone, or are we falling into patterns of exploitation? The most ethical application of this law might involve developing skills and relationships that create genuine value for others while establishing your own stability and influence. Perhaps the most psychologically complex law involves the complete elimination of enemies. At first glance, this seems to advocate for ruthless destruction, but deeper examination reveals a principle about the incomplete resolution of conflicts. When you leave adversaries wounded but not defeated, you create conditions for prolonged warfare. The former colleague who feels partially undermined may spend years plotting revenge, while the competitor you weaken but don't eliminate may return stronger and more focused. This law forces you to confront an essential question about conflict resolution. Is it more humane to end disputes decisively or to accept ongoing tension? In personal relationships, this might translate to having difficult conversations that fully address underlying issues rather than papering over them with temporary compromises. In professional contexts, it might mean choosing between coexistence and clear resolution when conflicts arise. The law suggests that half measures often create more suffering than decisive action. Modern applications of this principle appear in business acquisitions, where companies choose between competing with rivals or acquiring them entirely. It echoes in personal relationships, where you must sometimes choose between cutting toxic connections completely or accepting ongoing dysfunction. The wisdom lies not in universal aggression, but in recognizing when situations require complete resolution rather than partial measures. The final law speaks to the power of formlessness, of remaining as adaptable as water flowing around obstacles. In our rapidly changing world, this principle feels especially relevant. The institutions and strategies that seemed permanent just decades ago have been transformed by technology, globalization, and shifting social values. You witness this in careers that no longer follow linear progressions, in relationships that defy traditional categories, in movements that organize without centralized leadership. This formlessness requires a kind of psychological flexibility that many find uncomfortable. It means holding your identity lightly enough to evolve when circumstances demand it, while maintaining core principles that provide direction. The successful entrepreneur who pivots their business model based on market feedback, or the individual who reinvents their career multiple times throughout their lifetime, demonstrates this adaptive capacity. Yet you must ask yourself, how do you remain true to your essential self while embracing necessary change? These laws collectively illuminate a central tension in human affairs, the gap between how we wish the world worked and how it actually operates. They suggest that power follows patterns that can be studied, understood, and navigated with greater skill. Most importantly, they raise questions about how you choose to engage with these realities. The key insight that emerges from examining these principles is that awareness itself provides a form of protection. When you understand the games being played around you, you can choose more consciously how to participate or resist. You can recognize manipulation while deciding whether to counter it, join it, or transcend it entirely. Perhaps the greatest power lies not in perfect execution of these laws, but in the wisdom to know when to apply them and when to choose a different path altogether. As you settle into quiet contemplation of these ancient patterns of influence, consider this lingering question. If understanding power's mechanisms is itself a form of power, how will you choose to use this knowledge in a world that desperately needs both effectiveness and compassion? The answer whispers itself not through any manual of strategy, but through the quiet choices you make each day between manipulation and service, between self-interest and genuine care for others. In the end, The most profound power may be the ability to recognize these dynamics while choosing to elevate everyone around you, creating influence that flows not from dominance, but from the generous sharing of wisdom and strength. The Bhagavad Gita. Imagine you're standing at the edge of a great battlefield, the morning mist still clinging to the ground. And in that moment of suspended silence before action, you feel your entire understanding of duty colliding with the deeper currents of your heart. The weapons feel heavy in your hands, not from their physical weight, but from the weight of choice itself. This is the moment when everything you thought you knew about right action, about purpose, about who you are meant to be, suddenly becomes a question rather than an answer. What happens when the very foundation of your moral certainty begins to tremble beneath your feet? This is precisely where the Bhagavad Gita begins its profound exploration. Not with abstract philosophy delivered from a mountaintop, but with the raw human experience of moral crisis. In this ancient dialogue between the warrior Arjuna and his charioteer Krishna, you encounter one of humanity's most penetrating examinations of how to live with purpose, when the world itself seems to offer only contradictory guidance. The text presents not just a spiritual teaching, but a mirror held up to the eternal human struggle between duty and desire, action and understanding, the individual self and something infinitely larger. Why does this ancient conversation continue to speak so directly to our modern confusion about how to act meaningfully in a complex world? The genius of the Gita lies in how it refuses to offer simple answers to Arjuna's crisis. When he throws down his weapons and declares he cannot fight, Krishna doesn't merely command him to fulfill his warrior duty. Instead, Krishna opens doorways to understanding that transform the very nature of action itself. The concept of Dharma emerges not as a rigid set of rules, but as a dynamic relationship between your deepest nature and the role you're called to play in the larger symphony of existence. You begin to see that Dharma isn't about following external commands, but about discovering the unique note that only you can contribute to the cosmic harmony. This leads you into the revolutionary territory of karma yoga, the path of selfless action. Here, Krishna reveals that the problem isn't action itself, but attachment to the fruits of action. You perform your duties not because you desire particular outcomes, but because the actions themselves, when performed with full presence and without grasping, become a form of spiritual practice. It's like tending a garden not for the harvest, but because the very act of tending, done with complete attention and care, transforms both the garden and the gardener. The fruit becomes a gift that arrives naturally, rather than something you strain to possess. The text then unfolds the profound teaching about the nature of the self that underlies all authentic action. You discover that what you typically think of as yourself is actually layered like an onion, with the true self, the Atman, residing at the core beyond all the temporary identities and roles. This isn't merely an abstract philosophical point, but a practical recognition that can fundamentally shift how you approach every decision and interaction. When you begin to sense this unchanging essence within you that transcends your particular circumstances, you find a source of stability that doesn't depend on external validation or success. Throughout these explorations, the Gita weaves together multiple paths of spiritual growth, recognizing that human beings approach truth through different doorways. Some find their way through knowledge and contemplation, diving deep into the nature of reality itself. Others discover their path through devotion and love, offering their hearts completely to something greater than themselves. Still others, like Arjuna, must learn through engaged action in the world, finding the sacred within the ordinary responsibilities of daily life. Each path, when followed with sincerity and depth, leads to the same recognition of fundamental unity beneath apparent diversity. What makes this teaching so relevant to contemporary life is how it addresses the peculiar suffering of modern existence, the feeling of being simultaneously overwhelmed by choices and paralyzed by uncertainty about which choices truly matter. You live in a time when traditional sources of guidance have weakened, when you're expected to create your own meaning while navigate increasingly complex moral landscapes. The Gita's wisdom speaks directly to this predicament by pointing you toward an internal compass that doesn't depend on external authorities, yet isn't merely subjective preference. Consider how Krishna's teaching about acting without attachment to results directly confronts our culture's obsession with outcomes and metrics. You're constantly measuring yourself against external standards of success, productivity, and achievement, forgetting that this very measuring often disconnects you from the quality of presence that makes any action truly effective. The Gita suggests that when you release your grip on controlling outcomes, you actually become more skillful and responsive, like a musician who stops trying to force the music and allows it to flow through practiced hands. The concept of Maya, the illusory nature of surface appearances, offers another lens for understanding contemporary confusion. You live surrounded by images and narratives that claim to represent reality, but which often obscure deeper truths about what brings genuine fulfillment and connection. The Gita's insight isn't that the world is unreal, but that your usual way of perceiving it, filtered through desires and fears, creates a kind of distortion. When you begin to see through this distortion, you discover that the same world that seemed to offer only stress and frustration can become a field of opportunity for growth and service. This brings you to perhaps the most challenging question the Gita poses for modern life. How do you maintain authentic spiritual awareness while remaining fully engaged with worldly responsibilities? The text refuses the escape route of withdrawal from action, insisting instead that the highest realization comes through transforming your relationship to engagement itself. You're invited to consider whether it's possible to participate completely in your career, relationships, and social obligations, while maintaining the inner freedom that comes from not being ultimately defined by any of them. Two essential insights emerge from this ancient dialogue that you can carry into your contemporary experience. First, that authentic action arises not from shouldering the burden of trying to control outcomes, but from aligning yourself so completely with your deepest nature that right action becomes as natural as breathing. Second, that the spiritual path doesn't require abandoning your ordinary life, but rather discovering the sacred dimension that was always present within your ordinary responsibilities and relationships, waiting to be recognized and honored. As you reflect on these teachings, you might find yourself wondering, in a world that constantly demands you choose between competing loyalties and values, how might you cultivate the inner stillness that allows you to hear the guidance of your own Dharma? What would change in your daily choices if you truly trusted that acting from your deepest integrity, without attachment to specific results, could become a form of prayer lived through ordinary moments? These questions don't require immediate answers, but rather invite you into the kind of ongoing contemplation that gradually transforms understanding into embodied wisdom. The battlefield where Arjuna received his teaching continues in the landscape of your own life, wherever you struggle to discern right action amidst complexity and uncertainty. In these moments of not knowing, you might discover that hesitation itself can become a doorway to deeper listening, and that the questions you carry with genuine sincerity often prove more valuable than the answers you thought you needed. The Tao Te Ching, Lao Tzu. Imagine you're walking through a moonlit garden where every shadow seems to hold a secret. Every rustling leaf whispers something just beyond your understanding. You pause beside a still pond, watching how the water reflects the moon without effort, without intention, simply by being what it is. In this moment of quiet observation, you begin to sense something profound about the nature of existence itself, something that cannot be grasped through force or analysis, but only through a kind of gentle surrender to what already is. What would it mean to live your life like this water, accomplishing everything by doing nothing at all? This ancient question lies at the heart of the Tao Te Ching, a slender collection of verses attributed to the mysterious sage Lao Tzu over 2 millennia ago. More than a philosophical treatise, it presents a radical vision of how to move through the world with effortless grace, suggesting that the greatest wisdom comes not from accumulation, but from emptying, not from striving, but from yielding. In our age of constant productivity and endless optimization, these ancient insights offer a quietly revolutionary perspective on what it means to live well. How might this timeless wisdom transform the way you approach the relentless demands of modern life? The Tao itself defies definition, yet Lao Tzu begins his text with the paradoxical declaration that the Tao that can be spoken is not the true Tao. You encounter here something beyond concepts and categories, a reality so fundamental that it precedes all naming and remains untouched by human description. Like trying to capture flowing water in your hands, the more tightly you grasp for understanding, the more quickly it slips away. The Tao is presented as the source from which all things emerge and to which they return, yet it is not a creator in the conventional sense, but rather the very ground of being itself. This ineffable quality of the Tao points to one of the text's central insights about the nature of reality. You discover that the most essential truths cannot be mastered through intellectual force, but must be approached with a kind of open receptivity. The Tao operates through what appears to be emptiness, yet this emptiness is incredibly fertile, like the hollow space within a vessel that makes it useful, or the silence between musical notes that gives melody its meaning. You begin to see how the spaces in your own life, the moments of apparent nothingness, might contain hidden potential. From this understanding of the Tao emerges the principle of Wu Wei, often translated as non-action, but better understood as effortless action, aligned with natural flow. You find here not a prescription for passivity, but an invitation to discover a different relationship with doing itself. Wu Wei suggests that the most effective actions arise spontaneously from deep attunement to conditions as they are, rather than from forcing circumstances to match your preferences. Consider how a skilled sailor works with wind and current rather than against them, achieving remarkable speed and grace through cooperation with forces beyond their control. The practice of Wu Wei challenges many assumptions about achievement and success that permeate contemporary culture. You might notice how often you push against reality, expending enormous energy trying to control outcomes that lie beyond your influence. Wu Wei suggests a different approach, one that requires careful attention to timing and conditions, knowing when to act and when to wait, when to speak and when to remain silent. This is not laziness or resignation, but a profound form of intelligence that recognizes the natural rhythms of change and works skillfully within them. Ancient Taoist teachings also reveal the dynamic interplay of opposing yet complementary forces through the concept of yin and yang. You encounter here a vision of reality as fundamentally characterized by balance and mutual dependence, rather than conflict and separation. Light defines darkness, just as darkness gives meaning to light. Neither can exist without the other. This perspective invites you to reconsider the polarities in your own experience, recognizing how apparent opposites often contain the seeds of their counterparts. The wisdom of yin and yang extends beyond abstract philosophy into the practical rhythms of daily existence. You might notice how periods of intense activity naturally call forth times of rest, how moments of expansion are balanced by phases of contraction. Rather than fighting these natural oscillations, the Tao Te Ching suggests learning to flow with them, finding in this acceptance a deeper form of stability than any fixed position could provide. In a culture that often demands constant growth and perpetual positivity, this ancient insight offers a different model of wholeness. The text also introduces the concept of Pu, sometimes called the uncarved block, representing a state of original simplicity and unlimited potential. You discover in this image a compelling alternative to the endless accumulation of knowledge, skills, and experiences that modern life often demands. Like an uncarved block of wood that could become anything, this quality of openness preserves a kind of creative flexibility that overly defined identities might constrain. Pu suggests that wisdom sometimes involves unlearning rather than learning, returning to a more essential nature beneath the layers of social conditioning. This return to simplicity becomes particularly relevant as you navigate information overload and decision fatigue in contemporary life. The uncarved block reminds you that clarity often emerges not from gathering more data, but from cultivating spaciousness and receptivity. You might experiment with approaching challenges from this place of not knowing, allowing solutions to arise organically rather than forcing them through analytical thinking alone. How might your relationships, your work, your creative endeavors transform if you could access this quality of fresh responsiveness more regularly? The Tao Te Ching's approach to leadership offers another lens through which to examine its relevance to modern concerns. Rather than leading through dominance or manipulation, the text suggests that the most effective leaders are often barely noticed by those they guide, creating conditions where others can discover their own wisdom and initiative. This vision of leadership through service and example speaks directly to contemporary questions about authority, collaboration, and sustainable forms of influence that empower rather than diminish others. Perhaps most profoundly, these ancient verses invite you to reconsider your relationship with effort itself. In a society that often equates struggle with virtue and stress with importance, the Tao Te Ching suggests that ease and naturalness might actually be signs of deeper alignment with reality. This doesn't mean avoiding all challenges, but rather approaching them from a place of inner stillness and clarity rather than anxious striving. You might discover that solutions emerge more readily when you stop grasping for them so desperately. As you reflect on these insights, two key realizations begin to crystallize. First, that true power often lies in yielding rather than forcing, in creating space for natural intelligence to operate rather than imposing predetermined outcomes. Second, that wisdom involves learning to recognize and flow with natural patterns rather than attempting to override them through sheer willpower. How might your daily choices shift if you trusted more deeply in this kind of effortless effectiveness? You settle back into the quiet of this moment, feeling how these ancient words continue to ripple through time, offering their gentle challenge to contemporary assumptions about success, control, and the good life. The moon still reflects in the pond, accomplishing its luminous work without effort or anxiety, suggesting possibilities for your own existence that you might not have considered before. In this space of open questioning, you may find that the most profound transformations often begin not with dramatic action, but with this kind of gentle, receptive attention to what is already here, waiting to be discovered. Beyond good and evil, Friedrich Nietzsche imagined standing at the edge of a vast canyon, peering into depths where familiar landmarks disappear into shadow. You've spent your life navigating by certain moral compass points, good and evil, right and wrong, virtue and vice. Yet here you discover that the very ground beneath these certainties might be less solid than you believed. What would it mean to venture beyond these ancient guideposts, beyond the comfortable boundaries of inherited wisdom? And what might you find in that strange territory where traditional morality no longer holds sway? Friedrich Nietzsche invites you into precisely this unsettling, yet exhilarating terrain in his exploration of what lies beyond conventional notions of good and evil. His central insight challenges the very foundations upon which Western moral thinking has stood for centuries, that our cherished values, compassion, humility, self-sacrifice, might not represent eternal truths, but rather the particular historical creations of a specific type of human consciousness. This isn't merely academic philosophy. It's a fundamental questioning of how you understand yourself and your place in the world. In our current era of moral complexity, where traditional institutions and beliefs face constant scrutiny, Nietzsche's radical examination becomes more relevant than ever. How do you create meaning and direction when the old certainties no longer provide clear answers? The heart of Nietzsche's critique centers on what he perceives as a profound historical shift in human values. He traces the development of two fundamentally different moral orientations, one he calls master morality, and another he terms slave morality. Master morality, as Nietzsche describes it, emerged from strength and affirmation. It was the moral system of those who felt empowered to create values from their own sense of excellence and nobility. These individuals didn't ask whether something was universally right or wrong. They asked whether it expressed their highest potential and greatest strength. In contrast, slave morality arose from a different source entirely, from the experience of oppression, resentment, and powerlessness. This moral system, which Nietzsche argues became dominant through Christianity's influence on Western culture, transforms weakness into virtue. Humility becomes more valuable than pride, suffering more noble than joy, and self-denial more righteous than self-assertion. You begin to see how this analysis might apply to your own moral intuitions. When you feel guilty about pursuing your ambitions, or when you automatically assume that self-sacrifice is morally superior to self-development, you might be encountering the psychological residue of this slave morality that Nietzsche believed had shaped Western consciousness. But Nietzsche's exploration extends far beyond historical analysis into something more fundamental, his concept of the will to power. This isn't the crude desire for dominance that the phrase might suggest. Instead, it represents the basic drive toward growth, expansion, and self-overcoming that he saw as the essential force behind all life. The will to power emerges in the artist who struggles to perfect her craft, in the thinker who pushes beyond comfortable assumptions, in anyone who seeks to become more than they currently are. It's the force that drives you to question, to grow, to transform yourself rather than simply accepting things as they are. This will to power stands in stark contrast to what Nietzsche saw as the life-denying tendencies of traditional morality, where conventional ethics often emphasizes controlling desires, accepting limitations, and finding peace through resignation. Nietzsche's vision celebrates the ongoing struggle to expand your capabilities and deepen your experience. You might recognize this tension in your own life, the pull between security and growth, between accepting who you are and striving to become who you might be. From this foundation, Nietzsche develops his most provocative concept, the Übermensch, often translated as Superman or Overman. This isn't a call for biological superiority or political dominance, but rather a vision of human beings who have moved beyond the need for external moral authorities. The Übermensch creates values rather than discovering them, affirms life rather than seeking escape from it, and takes responsibility for meaning-making rather than relying on inherited traditions or divine commands. The Übermensch represents a profound psychological and spiritual transformation, the capacity to live authentically without the safety net of absolute moral rules. You might consider what this would mean in your own life. Could you make decisions based on your own carefully developed judgment, rather than automatic adherence to social expectations? Could you take full responsibility for the consequences of your choices, without blaming external circumstances or seeking comfort in the idea that you're following universal laws? This connects to perhaps Nietzsche's most haunting thought experiment, eternal recurrence. He asks you to imagine that you would have to live your exact life, with all its joys and sorrows, triumphs and failures, infinite times over. Would you affirm this prospect? The test isn't whether your life has been perfect, but whether you can embrace it fully enough that you would welcome its eternal repetition. This becomes a profound measure of whether you're truly living according to your own highest values or merely going through the motions dictated by others. In our contemporary context, these ideas take on fresh urgency. You live in an era where traditional religious and cultural authorities carry less automatic weight, where moral questions seem increasingly complex, and where individual freedom comes with the burden of individual responsibility for creating meaning. Nietzsche's insights illuminate both the liberation and the challenge of this situation. Without ready-made answers about how to live, you face the exhilarating and terrifying prospect of authentic self-creation. Consider how his analysis applies to modern dilemmas. When you struggle with career choices, do you default to what seems most acceptable to others, or do you ask what would most fully express your own developing capacities? When you encounter moral disagreements, do you retreat into absolute positions, or do you engage with the complex work of understanding different value systems? When you face setbacks, do you seek someone to blame, or do you ask how these experiences might contribute to your ongoing growth and understanding? The key insight you might carry from this exploration is that moral maturity involves moving beyond simple rule-following toward the more demanding work of conscious value creation. This doesn't mean abandoning ethical consideration for others, but rather taking responsibility for developing your own ethical framework through careful thought and authentic engagement with life's complexities. The second crucial realization is that authentic living requires embracing rather than fleeing from the fundamental uncertainty and responsibility that comes with human freedom. But this raises a haunting question that extends far beyond academic philosophy. In a world where you must create your own values rather than inherit them, how do you distinguish between growth that leads toward greater wisdom and compassion and change that merely reflects self-indulgence or spiritual confusion? As you settle into this question, you might find both challenge and comfort in recognizing that you're already engaged in this process of value creation, whether consciously or not. Every choice you make, every priority you establish, every relationship you nurture reflects your ongoing work of deciding what matters most. Perhaps the path beyond good and evil isn't about abandoning moral consideration entirely, but about approaching it with greater honesty, creativity, and personal responsibility. In this light, Nietzsche's radical challenge becomes less a call to moral chaos and more an invitation to moral maturity, the difficult but rewarding work of becoming fully conscious creators of the values by which you choose to live. The Art of War. Sun Tzu. Imagine you are standing at the edge of a still lake at dawn, watching as mist rises from the water's surface. Beneath this tranquil scene lies a complex ecosystem of currents, depths, and hidden movements that determine whether the lake thrives or stagnates. You realize that what appears peaceful on the surface often conceals the most intricate strategic dynamics underneath. This moment of recognition raises a profound question. How do we navigate the invisible forces that shape our daily battles, whether in boardrooms, relationships, or the quiet conflicts within ourselves? Over 2 millennia ago, a Chinese general named Sun Tzu captured these hidden dynamics in a slender text that would outlive empires and transform how we understand strategy itself. The Art of War speaks not merely to soldiers on ancient battlefields, but to anyone who has ever faced opposition, uncertainty, or the need to make decisions when the stakes matter. Its enduring wisdom lies not in promoting conflict, but in revealing how to navigate it with clarity, efficiency, and deep understanding. In our modern world of rapid change and complex challenges, Sun Tzu's insights offer a lens through which to examine a fundamental question. What does it truly mean to prevail without unnecessary destruction? The foundation of Sun Tzu's philosophy rests on what he calls the 5 fundamental factors that determine any outcome: moral influence, weather, terrain, command, and discipline. These elements form an interconnected web of considerations that extend far beyond military campaigns. Consider moral influence, which encompasses the alignment between leader and followers, the shared sense of purpose that transforms a collection of individuals into a unified force. You might recognize this in moments when a team transcends its individual limitations, or when a cause becomes larger than the people championing it. The concept of terrain reveals itself as equally profound when viewed through a contemporary lens. Sun Tzu understood that success depends not on imposing your will upon the landscape, but on reading its contours with precision and adapting accordingly. In your own life, terrain might manifest as the emotional climate of a difficult conversation, the shifting dynamics of a workplace, or the cultural currents that influence how your ideas are received. The wisdom lies not in fighting these conditions, but in understanding them so deeply that you can move with them rather than against them. Perhaps the most transformative principle Sun Tzu offers is his advocacy for swift, decisive action. He observed that prolonged conflicts drain resources and erode the very foundations you seek to protect. This insight resonates powerfully in an age where we often find ourselves trapped in cycles of indecision, endless deliberation, or conflicts that consume more energy than the original stakes warranted. You have likely experienced the exhaustion that comes from allowing a problem to fester, watching as delay transforms a simple challenge into a complex web of complications. The general's wisdom about speed contains a deeper truth about the nature of resolution itself. He suggests that the highest skill lies not in winning 100 battles, but in achieving your objectives without fighting at all. This paradox invites you to reconsider what victory actually means. True mastery, according to this view, involves such thorough preparation and understanding that opposition dissolves before it can take root. You might notice this in leaders who seem to navigate crises effortlessly, not through force, but through their ability to anticipate, adapt, and align with the deeper currents of their situation. Sun Tzu's emphasis on intelligence gathering reveals another layer of timeless relevance. He valued information not as an end in itself, but as the foundation for clear seeing. In our current era of information abundance, his approach offers a crucial distinction between data and wisdom. You face daily choices about where to direct your attention, what sources to trust, and how to transform scattered information into actionable understanding. The art of war suggests that the quality of your decisions depends not on having perfect information, but on understanding your situation clearly enough to act with confidence despite uncertainty. The text's treatment of leadership illuminates qualities that transcend military command. Sun Tzu describes the ideal leader as someone who combines compassion with decisiveness, wisdom with courage, and strategic thinking with practical execution. This balance speaks to a modern challenge. How do you exercise authority in ways that inspire rather than coerce? You might reflect on leaders who have influenced your own development, recognizing how their power came not from their position alone, but from their ability to embody the very qualities they sought to cultivate in others. What emerges from Sun Tzu's strategic principles is a philosophy of engagement that prioritizes understanding over force, preparation over reaction, and adaptability over rigid adherence to predetermined plans. This approach offers profound relevance to contemporary challenges that require both strategic thinking and ethical sensitivity. Whether you are navigating organizational change, resolving personal conflicts, or working towards social progress, these insights suggest that sustainable success comes through deep preparation, clear understanding, and the wisdom to act when action serves the larger good. The art of war ultimately invites you to consider strategy not as manipulation or domination, but as a form of practical wisdom that serves life itself. Sun Tzu's principles suggest that the most elegant solutions often emerge from patient observation, careful preparation, and the courage to act decisively when the moment arrives. In your own strategic challenges, this might mean taking time to understand all perspectives before proposing solutions, or recognizing that sometimes the most powerful response is to create conditions where opposition naturally dissolves. Two key insights emerge from this ancient wisdom that you can carry into your daily life. First, true strategic thinking begins with honest self-assessment and deep understanding of your situation, including forces you cannot control. Second, the most sustainable victories are those achieved with minimal waste and maximum alignment with larger purposes. These principles transform strategy from a tool of conquest into a path of wisdom. This raises a lingering question that connects Sun Tzu's insights to the complexities of contemporary life. How might you apply this understanding of strategic wisdom to create positive change in your sphere of influence while honoring both efficiency and ethical consideration? As you settle into quiet reflection on these ideas, you might find yourself returning to that image of the misty lake at dawn. The surface appears calm, but underneath, currents flow with purpose and direction. Your own strategic challenges, whether large or small, contain similar hidden dynamics that respond not to force, but to patient understanding and skillful action. In this recognition lies both comfort and possibility, an invitation to move through your own conflicts with the grace of deep preparation and the confidence that comes from seeing clearly. Walden, Henry David Thoreau, you're standing at the edge of a small pond, surrounded by trees that have shed their leaves for winter. The water is still, reflecting the grey sky above, and the silence is so complete that you can hear your own heartbeat. In this moment of perfect solitude, a question emerges. What would happen if you stripped away everything you thought you needed and discovered what you actually required to live a meaningful life? This is the territory that Henry David Thoreau mapped when he built his small cabin at Walden Pond in 1845. His experiment in simple living wasn't merely about surviving with less. It was a profound inquiry into the nature of necessity, the value of solitude, and the relationship between human consciousness and the natural world. In an age where the accumulation of possessions and experiences has become synonymous with success, Thoreau's deliberate embrace of simplicity offers a quietly radical alternative. His question resonates with particular urgency today. In our hyperconnected, materially abundant world, have we lost touch with what it means to live deliberately? Thoreau's famous declaration, "The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation," cuts through the comfortable assumptions of progress and prosperity. You might recognize this desperation in the restless scrolling through social media feeds, the persistent feeling that something essential is missing despite material comfort, or the way business has become a badge of honor rather than a burden to be lightened. Thoreau observed that most people become so entangled in the pursuit of what they believe they need that they never pause to examine whether these needs are genuine or manufactured. His solution was elegantly simple: reduce life to its essential elements and observe what remains. At Walden, he practiced what he called voluntary poverty, living on $27 a year and growing his own food. But this wasn't asceticism for its own sake. It was a method of clarification, like clearing muddy water to see what lies beneath. When you remove the constant noise of acquisition and consumption, you create space for deeper forms of awareness to emerge. The bean field that Thoreau tended becomes a powerful metaphor for this process of cultivation, not just of crops, but of consciousness itself. He writes about the meditative quality of his daily labor, the way repetitive physical work quieted his mind and connected him to natural rhythms. In your own life, you might find similar clarity in simple, focused activities. Washing dishes with full attention, walking without destination, or sitting quietly without entertainment. These moments of deliberate engagement with the present moment offer glimpses of what Thoreau discovered. That richness emerges not from accumulation, but from depth of attention. Thoreau's embrace of solitude challenges another modern assumption, that connection and stimulation are always preferable to isolation. He found in his solitary hours at the pond a companionship that social interaction rarely provided. This wasn't misanthropy, but rather a recognition that meaningful engagement with others requires first developing a clear relationship with yourself. In solitude, you encounter your own thoughts without the constant mediation of others' opinions and expectations. This insight feels particularly relevant in our age of perpetual connectivity. You might notice how the constant availability of digital interaction can actually increase feelings of loneliness, creating a hunger for ever more stimulation while simultaneously diminishing your capacity for sustained attention. Thoreau's practice of solitude suggests that the cure for loneliness isn't necessarily more connection, but rather a deeper quality of presence, both with yourself and when you do engage socially with others. The seasonal changes that Thoreau observed at Walden offer another layer of wisdom about accepting natural rhythms rather than forcing artificial ones. He wrote extensively about winter at the pond, finding beauty and instruction in the apparent dormancy and stillness. Modern life tends to resist these natural cycles, demanding constant productivity and growth regardless of internal seasons of energy and creativity. You might consider how Thoreau's attentiveness to natural time offers an alternative to the relentless acceleration of technological time. When did you last allow yourself to move at the pace of your actual energy rather than the pace demanded by deadlines and notifications? His observation that time is but the stream I go a-fishing in suggests a quality of temporal engagement that prioritizes depth over speed, reflection over reaction. Perhaps most provocatively, Thoreau's experiment asks you to examine the relationship between your possessions and your freedom. He discovered that beyond a certain point, owning things becomes a form of being owned by them. Each additional possession requires maintenance, security, and mental energy. The house demands mortgage payments. The car needs insurance. The wardrobe requires organization, until you find yourself working primarily to support things that were supposed to support you. This doesn't necessarily mean embracing poverty, but rather developing what you might call enoughness, a clear sense of sufficiency that allows you to distinguish between genuine needs and manufactured desires. In a culture that profits from your perpetual dissatisfaction, this becomes a quietly revolutionary act. The deepest invitation in Thoreau's experiment is to live with what he called deliberate intention. This means making conscious choices about how you spend your time, energy, and attention rather than drifting along with cultural currents. It means asking whether your daily activities align with your deeper values or simply serve external expectations. When you live deliberately, even mundane activities, preparing food, cleaning, walking, become opportunities for presence and reflection rather than obstacles to more important experiences. Two key insights emerge from this exploration of Thoreau's wisdom. First, that simplicity isn't about deprivation, but about clarity, removing what obscures your view of what matters most. Second, that solitude and deliberate living aren't escapes from the world, but preparations for more authentic engagement with it. When you know yourself clearly and live according to your own values rather than borrowed ones, you bring more genuine presence to every relationship and situation. This leads to a question that bridges Thoreau's 19th century experiment with your 21st century life. In what ways might your current lifestyle be preventing you from discovering who you actually are beneath all the roles, possessions, and activities that define you? As you settle into quiet contemplation of this question, you might sense that Thoreau's 2 years at Walden Pond weren't about finding the perfect way to live, but about developing the courage to live experimentally, to treat your life as a conscious creation rather than an unconscious inheritance. In the stillness that follows this recognition, perhaps you can hear, beneath all the noise of modern existence, the quiet voice of your own deeper knowing, patient as water, persistent as seasons, waiting for you to listen. On the taboo against knowing who you are, imagine yourself standing before a mirror in the early morning light. But instead of seeing your familiar reflection, you notice something unsettling. The boundaries where your body ends and the room begins seem strangely unclear. Your skin, which you've always trusted as the definitive border of yourself, appears oddly permeable, as if the warm air and soft light were somehow part of you too. You blink and the sensation fades, but a question lingers. What if the person you've always believed yourself to be is nothing more than an elaborate story you've been telling yourself since childhood? This peculiar moment of boundary confusion points toward one of the most profound questions Alan Watts explored throughout his philosophical work. He suggested that our most fundamental assumptions about who and what we are might be based on a kind of collective illusion, a taboo against recognizing our true nature. The idea that you exist as a separate, isolated being, contained entirely within the envelope of your skin, may be one of the most pervasive and limiting beliefs of our time. In an age where isolation and disconnection seem to define much of modern experience, examining this taboo becomes not just philosophically interesting, but practically urgent. At the heart of Watts's insight lies what he called the skin-encapsulated ego, a vivid metaphor for the way most of us experience selfhood. You've likely lived your entire life with the unquestioned assumption that you are a separate entity, distinct from everything around you. Your thoughts, emotions, and sensations all seem to occur within the boundaries of your physical body, creating what feels like an obvious and natural division between self and world. Yet Watts suggests this division is far more artificial than it appears. Consider how your sense of self actually forms. You didn't arrive in the world with a pre-existing identity badge or an innate knowledge of your separateness. Instead, your understanding of who you are emerged gradually through countless interactions with parents, teachers, and society at large. You learn to say, I and me, and mine, before you could walk steadily, absorbing a worldview that treats individual identity as both fundamental and unquestionable. This process of learning to see yourself as separate isn't natural development, but cultural conditioning so thorough it becomes invisible. The language you use to think about yourself reinforces this illusion daily. When you say, I have a body, you inadvertently create a split between some essential self that possesses and a physical form that is possessed. Yet where exactly is this I that supposedly has a body? When you look carefully, you find thoughts arising and passing away, sensations appearing and dissolving, emotions flowing and shifting, but no central controller or owner of these experiences. The very grammar of selfhood, with its subjects and objects, creates artificial divisions in what might be a seamless flow of experience. This grammatical trap extends far beyond personal identity into how you relate to the natural world. You speak of your environment as if it were something external to you, forgetting that every breath you take draws that environment directly into your body, and every exhalation returns part of you to the world around you. The oxygen in your bloodstream, the water in your cells, the minerals in your bones, all originated beyond the supposed boundary of your skin and will eventually return there. From this biological perspective, the rigid separation between self and world begins to look like a useful fiction rather than a fundamental truth. Watts drew extensively on Eastern philosophical traditions that offer alternative models of selfhood, traditions largely unfamiliar to Western thinking. In these frameworks, individual identity appears more like a temporary pattern in an ongoing flow rather than a fixed entity. Imagine the way a whirlpool forms in a stream. The whirlpool has a distinct shape and behavior. You can point to it and name it, yet it's clearly not separate from the water that creates it. It's a dynamic pattern of activity within the larger system, entirely dependent on that system for its existence. The implications of recognizing this interconnectedness extend into practical territory, especially in addressing the peculiar forms of suffering that seem endemic to modern life. Much of contemporary anxiety and depression appears rooted in a sense of fundamental isolation, the feeling that you're somehow cut off from meaningful connection with others and with life itself. If Watts is correct that this isolation is based on a misunderstanding of your actual nature, then recognizing your deeper interconnectedness isn't just philosophically interesting, but potentially therapeutic. Yet this recognition brings its own challenges in a culture organized around individual achievement and competition. How do you navigate a world structured around separate selves when you begin to see through the illusion of separation? How do you maintain necessary practical boundaries while remaining open to deeper connection? These questions become particularly pressing in our digital age, where technology simultaneously connects us to vast networks of information and relationship, while often leaving us feeling more isolated than ever. The taboo Watts identified isn't maintained by external authorities, but by the momentum of conditioned thinking itself. You police your own boundaries, maintaining the fiction of separation, because questioning it feels dangerous to your sense of identity. Yet what might you discover if you allowed those boundaries to soften occasionally? What if the fear of losing yourself in recognizing your interconnectedness is itself part of the illusion, and what you actually find is not the loss of identity, but the discovery of a deeper, more authentic sense of who you are? Perhaps the most radical insight in Watts's exploration is that you don't need to become something different to realize your interconnected nature. You don't need special practices or altered states of consciousness, though these might help. Instead, you need only to see clearly what's already happening. Right now, as you sit reading these words, air moves in and out of your lungs, connecting you with the atmospheric ocean that surrounds the planet. Light from distant stars reaches your eyes, making vision possible. The ground beneath you spins through space at tremendous speed, carrying you along with forests and cities and billions of other beings through the cosmos. The key insight you might carry forward from this exploration is that separation and connection aren't opposites, but complementary aspects of a larger truth. You can maintain your individual identity and practical boundaries, while recognizing that these boundaries are more flexible and permeable than you usually assume. This recognition doesn't diminish your uniqueness, but places it in a richer context, like seeing your life as one distinct melody in a vast cosmic symphony. But this leaves you with a profound question to carry into your daily experience. If the boundaries you've assumed to define you are more fluid than they appear, how might this change the way you relate to the challenges and opportunities that arise in your life? How might recognizing your fundamental interconnectedness with everything around you transform not just how you see yourself, but how you engage with the world? As you settle into these questions, allow yourself to rest in the possibility that you might be both more and less, than you've imagined, more in the sense that your true nature extends beyond the narrow confines of personal identity into the grand web of existence itself. Less in the sense that the heavy responsibility of maintaining a separate self might not be yours to carry alone. In this gentle recognition, you might find not the loss of who you are, but the discovery of who you've always been, flowing like water through the beautiful, ever-changing patterns of experience, connected to everything, separate from nothing, exactly as you are. A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle imagines sitting in a crowded cafe, watching the endless parade of human drama unfold around you. At one table, a person berates a server over a minor mistake, their face flushed with indignation. Nearby, someone scrolls frantically through their phone, seeking validation through likes and comments. Across the room, another individual sits rigid with resentment, replaying an argument from days ago. You witness these moments and perhaps recognize something unsettlingly familiar. What if the source of this pervasive suffering isn't external circumstances, but something far more intimate, something we carry within ourselves like an invisible burden? Eckhart Tolle's A New Earth presents a radical proposition, that humanity stands at the threshold of a profound transformation, one that begins not with changing the world around us, but with recognizing and transcending what he calls the ego, that persistent voice in our heads that creates a false sense of identity. This isn't merely about personal improvement or fleeting happiness. Tolle suggests that our very survival as a species depends on awakening from the collective unconsciousness that drives us toward conflict, destruction, and endless dissatisfaction. In an age where anxiety, division, and environmental crisis seem overwhelming, could the key to healing lie not in fighting these symptoms, but in addressing their deepest psychological roots? The ego, as Tolle describes it, operates like a masterful illusionist. It convinces you that you are your thoughts, your roles, your possessions, and your history. You become the successful professional, the struggling artist, the devoted parent, or the misunderstood victim. Each identity feels solid and real, but underneath lies a deeper truth. These are merely costumes worn by something far more profound. The ego thrives on comparison, competition, and the constant need to be right. It feeds on drama and finds ways to feel superior or, paradoxically, to suffer in ways that reinforce its sense of specialness. This false self creates what Tolle calls the pain body, an accumulation of emotional wounds that takes on a life of its own. Like a dormant volcano, the pain body lies quietly until triggered, then erupts with disproportionate force. You might find yourself overreacting to a minor criticism or feeling inexplicably angry when stuck in traffic. These aren't character flaws, but manifestations of old pain seeking to perpetuate itself. The pain body becomes addicted to suffering, unconsciously creating situations that feed its need for emotional turmoil. Yet beneath this surface turbulence lies what Tolle describes as your true essence, pure awareness, unconditioned and peaceful. This isn't a mystical abstraction, but something you can access in any moment through presence. When you watch your thoughts without being consumed by them, when you feel your emotions without drowning in them, you touch this deeper dimension of yourself. It's like discovering that beneath the choppy surface of a lake lies profound stillness. The path to this recognition requires what Tolle calls awakened doing, engaging with life from a place of presence rather than ego-driven compulsion. Instead of rushing through tasks while mentally elsewhere, you bring conscious attention to the moment at hand. This transforms even mundane activities into opportunities for awakening. Washing dishes becomes meditation. Listening to a friend becomes practice in presence. The quality of your attention shifts everything. Consider how this applies to the endless cycle of wanting that characterizes modern life. The ego constantly projects happiness onto future achievements or acquisitions. The next promotion, the perfect relationship, the ideal vacation. Yet when these goals are reached, satisfaction proves fleeting. You find yourself on what seems like a hamster wheel of desire, always running toward a happiness that remains just out of reach. Tolle suggests that this futility isn't a flaw in the system, it is the system. The ego needs dissatisfaction to maintain its sense of becoming. its story of incompleteness seeking completion. But what if contentment isn't found in adding more to your life, but in recognizing the fullness already present? When you stop believing the ego's narrative of lack, you discover what Tolle calls the power of now, a dimension of reality where peace isn't dependent on external circumstances. This doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent, but rather acting from wholeness instead of neediness. The implications extend far beyond personal well-being. Tolle argues that collective ego, manifested as nationalism, religious fundamentalism, or corporate greed, drives the destructive patterns threatening our planet. Wars are fought not over resources, but over ideas, stories that different groups tell themselves about their specialness or victimhood. Environmental destruction stems from the ego's inability to recognize its fundamental interconnectedness with all life. Can you imagine politics, business, or international relations conducted from a place of presence rather than ego? What might become possible if even a minority of people awakened from unconscious patterns? This raises profound questions about responsibility and action. If suffering stems from unconscious identification with thought patterns, does this mean we should detach from caring about injustice or environmental destruction? Tolle suggests the opposite, that awakened action proves more effective because it arises from clarity rather than reactive emotion. When you respond to challenges from presence instead of ego, you avoid adding more unconsciousness to already difficult situations. Perhaps most intriguingly, Tolle proposes that this transformation need not be gradual. He speaks of sudden awakenings, moments when the veil of ego identification simply falls away, revealing what was always present. Yet for most people, awakening unfolds as a process, a gradual recognition and dissolution of unconscious patterns. Each moment offers a choice, to react from old conditioning or to respond from awareness. The key insight here is that awakening isn't about becoming someone special or achieving a particular state. It's about recognizing what you already are beneath the layers of conceptual identity. You don't need to improve yourself. You need to stop believing in the voice that insists you're inadequate. This shifts the entire spiritual project from accumulation to recognition, from becoming to being. How might your relationships change if you stop trying to get something from others? Approval, validation, security, and instead offered presence. What would work feel like if you engaged it as conscious service rather than ego-building activity? These aren't merely theoretical questions, but practical inquiries that can transform ordinary experience. As you consider these possibilities, notice how the mind might immediately construct objections or obstacles. This resistance itself reveals ego identification at work. The voice that insists awakening is impractical, impossible, or reserved for others. Yet Tolle's central message remains simple. The portal to presence exists in this moment, always available through the simple act of conscious attention. Perhaps the most profound realization is that you need not wait for perfect circumstances to begin this awakening. Whether sitting in that crowded cafe or lying quietly in darkness, you can practice the gentle art of watching your thoughts rather than being consumed by them. In these small moments of presence, you contribute to what Tolle envisions as humanity's great transition, the emergence of a new Earth, born not from external revolution, but from the quiet transformation of consciousness itself. As a Man Thinketh by James Allen, imagine you're standing in a vast garden at dawn, watching a gardener tend to two separate plots. In one, vibrant flowers bloom in carefully arranged patterns, their colors rich and their stems strong. In the other, weeds tangle and choke whatever might have grown, creating a landscape of disorder and decay. You notice something curious. Both plots receive the same sunlight, the same rain, the same soil. The only difference lies in what seeds were planted and how the garden was tended. What if the landscape of your life followed the same principle, shaped not by external circumstances, but by the invisible seeds of thought you plant each day? This is the profound territory that James Allen explores in his timeless work, where he suggests that your thoughts are not merely fleeting mental events, but the very architects of your reality. Alan proposes that the quality of your thinking directly shapes the quality of your circumstances, your health, your relationships, and ultimately, your destiny. In an age where we often feel powerless against external forces, where algorithms shape our choices and global events seem beyond our control, this idea presents both a radical responsibility and an extraordinary liberation. Could it be that the most powerful tool for transformation has been within you all along? Alan's central insight rests on what he calls the thought factor in achievement. He suggests that every external condition in your life can be traced back to a corresponding internal state of mind. This isn't about wishful thinking or positive affirmations, but something far more fundamental. Your thoughts, he argues, are like seeds that inevitably grow into actions, habits, and eventually the very fabric of your circumstances. When you consistently think thoughts of fear and limitation, you unconsciously create patterns of behavior that align with those thoughts, drawing experiences that confirm your fears. But the opposite holds equally true. When you cultivate thoughts of possibility and growth, you begin to notice opportunities that were always present but previously invisible to your mind. You start making choices that align with expansion rather than contraction. The gardener of your inner landscape, Alan suggests, is always you, whether you're conscious of it or not. The question becomes, are you planting with intention, or are you letting whatever random seeds blow and take root? Alan extends this principle beyond achievement into the realm of physical health, proposing what modern science now recognizes as the mind-body connection. Your thoughts, he observes, don't remain confined to your mental space, but ripple outward into your physiology. Chronic worry creates tension that manifests in your shoulders. Persistent anger affects your digestion. Joy and peace, conversely, seem to strengthen your immune system and brighten your complexion. You've likely experienced this yourself, noticing how stress shows up in your body or how a burst of excitement energizes you physically. This isn't mystical thinking, but observable reality. Your thoughts generate emotions. Emotions trigger biochemical responses, and these responses shape your physical experience. Alan saw the body as the servant of the mind, faithfully expressing whatever messages your thoughts consistently send. In our current era of unprecedented stress and anxiety, this connection becomes particularly relevant. Your mental diet, he suggests, may be just as important as your physical one in determining your overall well-being. Perhaps most intriguingly, Alan explores the relationship between thought and purpose. He argues that scattered, unfocused thinking leads to scattered, unfocused living, while clear, purposeful thoughts naturally align your actions toward meaningful goals. You've probably experienced both states. Times when your mind felt like a browser with too many tabs open, pulling you in countless directions, and other times when crystal clarity about what mattered most made decisions obvious and energy abundant. Purpose, in Alan's view, isn't something you discover once and possess forever, but something you cultivate through the discipline of focused thinking. When you regularly direct your attention toward what truly matters to you, you begin to see pathways that were previously hidden. Your unconscious mind starts working on your behalf, connecting dots and creating solutions even when you're not actively problem-solving. This raises profound questions about agency and responsibility in modern life. In a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming, Alan's philosophy suggests that your primary sphere of influence isn't external circumstances, but the quality of attention you bring to each moment. Rather than feeling victimized by events beyond your control, you might ask, what thoughts am I consistently nurturing, and what kind of life are they creating? This perspective doesn't dismiss real challenges or structural inequalities, but it does locate your power in the one place you can always access it, your own consciousness. Yet Alan's ideas also present a delicate balance. Taken too far, the notion that thoughts create reality can become a form of self-blame, where every difficulty is seen as a personal failing of insufficient positive thinking. The wisdom lies in recognizing that while you cannot control every outcome, you do have remarkable influence over your responses, interpretations, and the quality of attention you bring to whatever arises. Your thoughts may not determine everything that happens to you, but they significantly shape how you experience and respond to what happens. Consider how this applies to the digital age, where your attention is constantly competed for by notifications, news cycles, and algorithmic feeds designed to capture and monetize your mental energy. Allen's insights suggest that the most radical act might be consciously choosing what deserves the prime real estate of your awareness. Every time you deliberately redirect your attention from anxiety-inducing content to something that nourishes your sense of possibility, you're engaging in the kind of mental gardening he advocates. The key takeaway from Allen's work isn't that positive thinking magically transforms external conditions, but that conscious thinking transforms your relationship to those conditions, and this transformation often opens possibilities that were previously invisible. Perhaps equally important is recognizing that the thoughts you think repeatedly become the lens through which you perceive reality, filtering what you notice and shaping what seems possible. This leaves you with a question that bridges Allen's century-old wisdom with your contemporary challenges. If your thoughts are indeed the seeds of your future experiences, what kind of garden are you unconsciously cultivating right now? And what small shift in your mental soil might allow something beautiful and unexpected to grow? As you settle into this inquiry, you might notice the gentle power in simply becoming aware of the stream of thoughts flowing through your consciousness. Like a gardener who learns to distinguish between flowers and weeds, you're developing the capacity to recognize which thoughts nourish your deepest aspirations and which ones merely repeat old patterns of limitation. In this growing awareness lies both the responsibility and the profound freedom that Allen glimpsed. The understanding that while you cannot control the weather of life, you can tend the garden of your mind with patience, wisdom, and gentle care. Letters from a Stoic Seneca. Imagine you're sitting in a quiet room at dusk, holding a letter written nearly 2,000 years ago. The parchment is weathered, but the words seem to speak directly to you about struggles you face today, the weight of endless responsibilities, the anxiety about an uncertain future, the quiet desperation of feeling like time is slipping through your fingers. This ancient voice offers not platitudes, but precise wisdom about how to live well in a world that often feels chaotic and overwhelming. How is it that thoughts pennied in the first century can feel so urgently relevant to the complexities of modern existence? Lucius Annerius Seneca, the Roman philosopher and statesman, left us a remarkable collection of personal letters that serve as both intimate confessions and practical guides for navigating life's fundamental challenges. These aren't abstract philosophical treatises, but deeply human reflections on mortality, purpose, inner peace, and the art of living consciously. What makes these letters so enduring is their unflinching examination of the gap between how we wish to live and how we actually spend our days, a chasm that feels perhaps even wider in our age of constant distraction and infinite choice. The central insight that flows through Seneca's letters is both simple and revolutionary. True freedom comes not from controlling external circumstances, but from mastering our responses to them. He writes with the authority of someone who has lived through political upheaval, personal loss, and the daily pressures of Roman society, yet discovered that the most profound transformations happen in the quiet chambers of the mind. When you read his reflections on time, for instance, you encounter not just philosophy, but a mirror held up to your own relationship with mortality. Seneca observes that most people complain about the shortness of life while simultaneously squandering vast portions of it on trivial pursuits. This isn't merely about productivity or efficiency. It's about the deeper question of what deserves your finite attention. He suggests that life isn't actually short. We simply fail to recognize how much of it we give away to worries about the future, regrets about the past, or the endless pursuit of things that don't actually nourish our souls. The businessman who works 80-hour weeks building wealth he'll never enjoy. The parent who spends family dinners scrolling through their phone. These aren't modern problems, but timeless patterns of unconscious living. What emerges from his letters is a different way of measuring time's value. Rather than counting years or achievements, Seneca invites you to consider how much of your life you've actually inhabited, how many moments you've been fully present for, how many decisions you've made from genuine choice rather than habit or fear. This perspective transforms waiting in traffic or dealing with difficult people from lost time into opportunities for practicing patience, wisdom, or compassion. The theme of tranquility runs like a quiet river through his correspondence, but this isn't the tranquility of escape or denial. Seneca advocates for what might be called engaged serenity, the ability to remain centered while fully participating in life's demands. He writes about stepping back from the constant noise of other people's opinions, social expectations, and cultural pressures to discover what you actually value. This inner stillness becomes a kind of sanctuary you can access regardless of external circumstances. Consider how this applies to our current moment of information overload and social media comparison. Seneca's advice about not trying to reform others while neglecting your own growth feels particularly relevant. He suggests that the energy most people spend criticizing politicians, arguing with strangers online, or trying to control family members' choices would be better directed toward cultivating your own character and clarity. Perhaps most provocatively, Seneca writes extensively about death, not as a morbid obsession, but as a clarifying lens for life. He argues that remembering your mortality isn't depressing but liberating. When you truly accept that your time is limited and unpredictable, you begin to make different choices about how to spend it. The project that's been sitting on your desk for months suddenly either becomes urgent or reveals itself as unimportant. The grudge you've been nursing loses its grip when measured against the brevity of existence. This approach to mortality offers a unique perspective on modern anxiety about aging, career success, or social approval. If you knew you had only a year to live, how much time would you spend checking your investment portfolio or worrying about what colleagues think of your presentation? Seneca isn't advocating recklessness, but rather a clarity about what truly matters when viewed from the vantage point of finite time. His letters also explore the paradox of happiness, how the direct pursuit of pleasure or achievement often leads to dissatisfaction, while focusing on virtue and wisdom tends to produce a deeper contentment as a byproduct. He distinguishes between fleeting pleasures and sustainable fulfillment, suggesting that true happiness emerges from living according to your values rather than chasing external rewards. This insight speaks directly to our culture's obsession with optimization and instant gratification. What can you carry forward from these ancient reflections? First, the recognition that inner freedom is always available, regardless of your circumstances. You may not control what happens to you, but you retain sovereignty over your responses, interpretations, and choices about where to direct your attention. Second, the understanding that time's value lies not in its quantity, but in the quality of presence you bring to each moment, even the ordinary or difficult ones. As you consider Seneca's insights, a question naturally emerges. In a world that constantly demands your attention and reaction, how might you cultivate the kind of inner stillness that allows you to respond from wisdom rather than impulse? How do you create space for the deeper questions about purpose and meaning while still meeting your daily responsibilities? These letters from across the centuries remind you that the human condition hasn't changed as much as we might think. The same struggles with time, mortality, purpose, and peace that occupied a Roman philosopher continue to shape our lives today. Perhaps in this recognition lies both comfort and invitation. Comfort in knowing you're not alone in these challenges, and invitation to engage with them as consciously and courageously as those who have walked this path before you. The conversation between ancient wisdom and modern life continues, waiting for your voice to join it. The hero with 1,000 faces, Joseph Campbell, imagine you're sitting in a darkened theater, watching a story unfold on screen. The protagonist begins in familiar surroundings, receives a mysterious call to adventure, meets a wise guide, and then crosses into an unknown world filled with trials and revelations. As the credits roll, you realize you've witnessed something strangely familiar, though you've never seen this particular story before. Why does this narrative feel so deeply known to you, as if it's been written into the very fabric of your being? Joseph Campbell discovered that this sense of recognition runs far deeper than coincidence. His exploration of world mythology revealed what he called the monomyth, a universal pattern underlying the hero's journey found across cultures, centuries, and continents. From ancient Greek epics to modern cinema, from Aboriginal Dreamtime stories to contemporary novels, the same fundamental structure emerges again and again. The hero's journey isn't just a storytelling device. It's a mirror reflecting the archetypal process of human transformation itself. In our age of constant change and personal reinvention, how might understanding this ancient pattern illuminate the journeys we each undertake in our own lives? The monomyth begins in what Campbell called the ordinary world, that familiar realm where the hero lives before adventure calls. Consider how this mirrors your own experience. Every significant change in your life has emerged from some version of ordinary routine, hasn't it? The job you held before starting your own business, the relationship that preceded a profound awakening, the comfortable beliefs you maintained before questioning everything you thought you knew. The ordinary world serves a crucial purpose in the pattern, establishing not just normalcy, but also the limitations that make transformation necessary. What makes Campbell's insight so compelling is how he recognized that the peaceful ordinary world always contains the seeds of its own disruption. The hero may feel comfortable, but there's often an underlying restlessness, a sense that something essential is missing. This isn't a flaw in the story structure. It's a reflection of the human condition itself. You might find yourself wondering about those moments in your own life when everything seemed settled, yet something within you stirred with unnameable longing or dissatisfaction. The call to adventure arrives as an interruption, a summons that cannot be ignored indefinitely. Campbell understood that this call rarely comes as a clear, trumpeted announcement. More often, it whispers through synchronicities, appears in recurring dreams, or manifests as a persistent feeling that your current path isn't enough. The call might emerge through crisis, opportunity, or simply the gradual recognition that who you are doesn't match who you're meant to become. It's the moment when your carefully constructed ordinary world begins to feel like a cage rather than a home. Yet the hero's first response to this call is almost universally refusal. Campbell called this the refusal of the call, and it reveals something profound about human psychology. Even when we desperately want change, we resist it. Even when we know our current situation limits us, we cling to its familiarity. This isn't weakness, it's wisdom. The psyche understands that true transformation requires the death of who we've been, and no part of us undertakes such dissolution lightly. You've likely experienced this tension yourself, that agonizing space between knowing you need to change and gathering the courage to actually step into the unknown. The threshold crossing marks the point of no return, the moment when the hero finally commits to the journey despite uncertainty and fear. Campbell noticed that crossing this threshold often involves encountering guardians, tests, or ordeals that seem designed to turn the hero back. But what appears as obstacle is actually invitation. The threshold guardians aren't there to prevent passage. They're there to ensure the hero is truly ready for what lies beyond. In your own life, you might recognize these threshold moments when external circumstances seem to conspire against your decision to change, only to realize later that overcoming those initial obstacles taught you skills essential for the journey ahead. The heart of Campbell's insight lies in recognizing that the hero's journey isn't ultimately about external adventure. It's about the transformation of consciousness, the death and rebirth of identity, the integration of previously unconscious aspects of the self. The dragons faced and treasures won are symbols of internal psychological work. When Luke Skywalker confronts Darth Vader, he's not just fighting an external enemy, he's integrating his own capacity for darkness. When Dorothy discovers she had the power to return home all along, she's learning that the resources for transformation were always within her. This symbolic dimension of the monomyth speaks directly to contemporary challenges. In our culture of constant external stimulation and achievement, Campbell's work suggests that the most important journeys are internal ones. The mentor you seek might not be another person, but your own hard-won wisdom. The special world you need to enter might not be a geographical location, but a new way of understanding yourself and your place in the larger story of existence. Consider how this pattern applies to modern rites of passage that our culture often lacks. Career changes, relationship transitions, spiritual awakenings, creative breakthroughs, even the daily choice to become more authentic versions of ourselves. Each follows the hero's journey structure. You leave the familiar, face uncertainty and resistance, receive guidance, encounter trials that test your commitment, experience transformation, and finally return with new wisdom to share. The pattern remains constant, even when the content varies dramatically. Campbell's framework also illuminates why certain stories captivate us across generations, while others fade immediately. The narratives that endure are those that align with the archetypal pattern of transformation embedded in human consciousness. They remind us, at levels deeper than rational thought, of our own potential for growth and change. In an era when many people feel stuck in cycles of consumption and distraction, reconnecting with the hero's journey pattern can reawaken the sense that life is meant to be a transformative adventure, not merely a comfortable routine. Perhaps most importantly, understanding the monomyth helps you recognize where you currently stand in your own journey. Are you living comfortably in an ordinary world that no longer fits? Have you heard a call that you're still refusing? Are you standing at a threshold, gathering courage to cross? Or are you in the midst of trials, wondering if the struggle is worth it? Campbell's pattern suggests that wherever you find yourself, you're exactly where you need to be for the next phase of growth to unfold. The key insight from Campbell's work is that transformation follows a pattern, but it's never formulaic. The hero's journey provides a map, not a rigid prescription. Your particular adventure will be entirely unique, even as it follows the universal structure that connects your story to every other story of meaningful change throughout human history. What emerges most clearly is this understanding. You are simultaneously the hero of your own journey and the ordinary person who must choose, again and again, to answer the call toward greater authenticity and growth. In a world that often feels chaotic and meaningless, how might recognizing your life as a hero's journey in progress change the way you approach both your daily challenges and your deepest longings for transformation? As you settle into rest tonight, let this recognition wash over you gently. Your life isn't just a series of random events, but a meaningful journey with its own inherent wisdom and direction. Every challenge you've faced has been preparing you for something larger. Every comfort you've left behind has been making space for something more authentic. The pattern continues, ancient and reliable as breath itself, carrying you forward into the next chapter of your own eternal story. The mastery of love. Don Miguel Ruiz. Imagine standing before a mirror that reflects not your physical appearance, but the quality of love you carry within yourself and offer to others. In this reflection, you see patterns that have shaped your relationships since childhood, the ways you speak to yourself, the assumptions you make about others' intentions, the degree to which you take their actions personally. What you witness in this mirror might surprise you, revealing how much of what you call love has been influenced by invisible agreements you made long ago, agreements that may no longer serve the authentic expression of your heart. Don Miguel Ruiz presents love not as a feeling that comes and goes with circumstance, but as a mastery, a conscious practice of being that transforms both how you relate to yourself and how you connect with others. At the heart of this mastery lie principles that challenge the very foundations of how you've been taught to love and be loved. These teachings suggest that much of our suffering in relationships comes not from love itself, but from the distorted agreements we've unconsciously adopted about what love should look like. The question that emerges for our modern age is profound. In a time when authentic connection feels increasingly elusive despite constant digital communication, how might returning to these fundamental principles reshape our capacity for genuine intimacy and self-acceptance? Consider first the power of being impeccable with your word, particularly in how you speak to yourself. You've likely noticed how the internal voice that narrates your daily experience can be either a source of encouragement or a relentless critic. Ruiz suggests that the words you use, both internally and externally, are not merely sounds or thoughts, but creative forces that shape reality. When you consistently speak to yourself with harshness, calling yourself inadequate or unworthy, you're actively participating in creating that reality. The word impeccable comes from the Latin meaning without sin, which Ruiz interprets as being without self-betrayal. This principle extends naturally to your relationships with others. You begin to recognize that the casual cruelties we often dismiss as harmless, the sarcastic comments, the subtle put-downs disguised as humor, the promises made without intention to keep them, are actually agreements to diminish love rather than cultivate it. Being impeccable with your word becomes an act of profound respect, both for yourself and for the sacred space that exists between you and another person. It's a recognition that words carry the power to either build bridges of understanding or construct walls of separation. The second principle, not taking anything personally, reveals perhaps the most liberating truth about human relationships. You've probably experienced the exhaustion that comes from constantly interpreting others' actions through the lens of your own worth. When someone cancels plans, speaks curtly, or seems distant, the immediate instinct is often to ask, "What did I do wrong?" Ruiz suggests that this question itself is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how human behavior actually works. Every person you encounter is walking through life, carrying their own collection of joys, fears, traumas, and dreams. Their actions toward you are filtered through this internal landscape, not determined by your inherent value as a person. When your colleague snaps at you during a meeting, when your partner seems withdrawn after work, when a friend doesn't respond to your text, these behaviors are expressions of their internal state, not verdicts on your lovability. This understanding doesn't eliminate the impact of others' actions on your feelings, but it offers you the freedom to respond rather than react, to maintain your emotional center regardless of the storms that may be raging in someone else's inner world. The third principle challenges you to examine the stories you create to fill in the gaps of what you don't know. Not making assumptions requires you to become comfortable with uncertainty, to resist the mind's natural tendency to create narratives that explain ambiguous situations. You've likely experienced how assumptions can transform a simple interaction into a complex drama. Your friend seems quiet during dinner, and rather than simply asking if everything is okay, you might construct an elaborate story about how they're upset with you, leading to withdrawal on your part, which then creates actual distance where none existed before. This principle invites a radical shift toward curiosity rather than certainty. Instead of assuming you know why someone behaved a certain way, you can approach them with genuine interest in understanding their perspective. This practice not only prevents many unnecessary conflicts, but also opens doorways to deeper intimacy. When you stop filling in the blanks with your own projections, you create space for others to reveal themselves authentically. The principle of always doing your best offers a pathway out of the perfectionist trap that ensnares so many modern relationships. Ruiz's interpretation of your best is beautifully nuanced. It acknowledges that your capacity varies with circumstances. Your best when you're well rested and at peace differs from your best when you're grieving, stressed, or physically unwell. This principle frees you from the impossible standard of consistent perfection while maintaining a commitment to genuine effort. In relationships, this translates to a kind of self-compassion that then extends to others. When you accept that someone else's best in a given moment might look different from what you hoped for, you create space for human imperfection without abandoning accountability. You can acknowledge that your partner's best during a particularly challenging time at work might not include the level of attention you prefer, while still honoring your own needs and finding ways to communicate them clearly. These principles converge in addressing one of the most pressing challenges of contemporary life: the epidemic of loneliness despite unprecedented connectivity. In an age where much of our communication happens through screens, where relationships often feel performative rather than authentic, and where the pace of life leaves little room for deep presence with others, the mastery of love offers a return to fundamental truths about human connection. The concept of domestication that Ruiz explores reveals how many of the relationship patterns you consider normal are actually learned behaviors. that may not serve authentic love. From an early age, you absorbed messages about how love should look. Perhaps that love requires sacrifice of your authentic self, that conflict means love is absent, or that you must earn love through achievement or compliance. These unconscious agreements shape your relationships in ways you might not fully recognize until you pause to examine them consciously. Consider how this plays out in modern dating culture, where apps reduce complex human beings to curated profiles, where the abundance of options can prevent deep investment in any single connection. The principles Ruiz outlines offer an antidote to this superficiality. They suggest that true intimacy comes not from finding the perfect person, but from bringing your most authentic, conscious self to the relationship you choose to nurture. The foundation of all these principles rests on self-love, which Ruiz presents not as narcissism or self-indulgence, but as the prerequisite for loving others authentically. When you haven't learned to extend compassion to yourself, to speak kindly to your own heart, to accept your imperfections with grace, you inevitably seek these qualities from others in ways that can become demanding rather than inviting. Self-love becomes the wellspring from which you can offer love freely rather than strategically. As you reflect on these teachings, two key realizations emerge. First, that love is indeed a practice rather than simply an emotion, a conscious choice you make moment by moment about how to engage with yourself and others. Second, that many of the conflicts and disappointments in your relationships may stem not from fundamental incompatibility, but from unconscious agreements about how love should operate that no longer serve you. This understanding leads to a question that deserves your continued contemplation. What would your relationships look like if you approached them as opportunities to practice these principles rather than as sources of validation or security? How might your capacity for authentic intimacy expand if you viewed love as a skill to be developed rather than a feeling to be pursued? Tonight, as you settle into rest, allow yourself to imagine releasing the weight of taking others' actions personally, the exhaustion of filling uncertainties with worried assumptions, the burden of perfectionist expectations. Picture instead the spaciousness that opens when you commit to speaking truthfully, responding rather than reacting, and showing up as your authentic self. In this space, love becomes not something you chase or perform, but something you embody, a quiet mastery that transforms every relationship, beginning with the one you have with yourself.